Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good night. I know it's raining cats and dogs out there, but at least it's not 6 or 8 inches of snow like we had the last time. So we are ready to continue with the state's proof. So, Mr. Crouch, you may call your next witness.
It was Andy Valley.
Right here, trying to face clerk, please.
It's almost clear or I'm just going to get this case.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you state your full name for the court, please?
Andrew Valley, V-A-L-L-E-E.
Thank you very much. And Agent Valley, where are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been employed there?
10 years.
And where were you employed before the TBI?
Prior to that, I was with the Metro Nashville Police Department.
And what is your area of expertise at the TBI?
I'm on the Cellular Analysis Survey team. I'm one of the agents that handles electronic surveillance, electronic evidence, tracking phones, analyzing where phones were at, their connection to the cellular network, and mapping those out and associated records.
And can you go through a brief history of how you became an expert in this area?
Yes, sir. I've been through numerous courses throughout the years. I've been to numerous training, done numerous on-the-job training, training with the companies and the engineers of those companies, going through radio frequency engineering school, and also going through specific training dealing with law enforcement, analyzing the records that we get from providers such as Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and so forth.
Thank you. And have you testified as an expert in the courts of Tennessee?
Yes, sir. I have numerous times.
In fact, you've been qualified as an expert in this court in front of this judge.
Yes, sir. I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Agent Valley as an expert in the area of cellular analysis.
Right. Questions, Your Honor? I do be qualified as that type of an expert.
Agent Valley, in this particular case, State versus B.J. Brown, did you perform some cellular analysis?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay. And to kind of explain how an analysis is done, did you prepare a PowerPoint to go kind of step by step?
Yes, sir. I did.
All right. And if I could draw your attention to the large screen, I'm going to go through some slides with you.
Okay.
What do we have here?
So what this slide is referring to is that we have to first identify who the cellular provider is. Each phone number, as you probably know, has a specific provider such as Verizon Wireless, AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, US Cellular, and so forth. So when we first get a number of a target, somebody's cell phone number, we have to look at that number and figure out who the actual carrier is, because we have to go to that specific carrier to get those records.
All right.
So cellular telephones communicate with an antenna, just like a two-way radio, like that the police or the fire department have, that you press a button and it goes out over the radio waves, and that's how the communication happens. Same thing with a cell phone. There's an antenna inside of the phone. Even on the newer phones, as you see down here, like an iPhone, there's an internal antenna in there, even though you don't see it. And that antenna is what communicates with the cellular network.
Next slide.
So this is showing that we have the cellular telephone with an antenna that is communicating radio frequencies, and there is a cell site, the tower that you see there on the right-hand side of the screen, that is receiving and transmitting those signals with that particular device. And because we don't know exactly where the handset is, but we do know exactly where the cell site is. So therefore, by knowing exactly where the tower or the cell site is, we know generally where the handset or the cellular device is at.
Thank you. Next slide.
So what this slide is saying is that not every antenna that you see out there, or every tower that you see out there has all of the carriers. Some carriers might be only Verizon, and another antenna might be Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T, all on the same cell site. So just because you see an antenna out there on the side of the road doesn't mean that your cell phone will communicate with that antenna, because it depends on what service provider you have.
In Agent Valley, before we go to the next slide, just as a side note, in the bottom left corner, we see it says explanation slide, data not associated with this case.
That is correct.
And
So everything that you're seeing right now is all just to teach you kind of what the cellular network does. It has nothing to do with the defendant's records or anything like that. So this is all just general. There'll be another big slide that comes up when we switch from explanation to actual data here in just a second.
thank you. Next slide.
So there are cellular network companies out there. We have the major four here on the screen, which are Verizon Wireless, AT&T, T-Mobile, and US Cellular. They are network providers, meaning that they own their own infrastructure. They own their own antennas, their own switches, their own computers. Everything is internal to those particular companies you see on the screen.
Next slide.
This is just a general explanation of how a cellular telephone call is routed. So we'll start out here with a Verizon Wireless caller attempting to call out of the network. And so you would put the number in, hit the send button, and that's going to connect you to the base transceiver station, which is just a technical term for the cell site or the cell tower. At the bottom of the cell tower, there's this little hut, if you've ever seen that, right at the bottom of the antenna. That is just a set of computers that controls that particular cell site. And then that goes to a mobile telephone switching office, also known as the switch. And just think of that as a lot of servers or computers that control all of the cell sites in its area. So for example, the switch for Verizon Wireless in this area is in Nashville, over off of White's Creek area. So even if you're in Dixon, that call would make it all the way to Nashville to the switch, and then it would decide what it does with that call and how to get it to where it needs to go, basically is what I'm trying to get at. And then because we're trying to get out of the Verizon network and back into another carrier's network to complete this call, that has to go through the gateway MTSO, which just takes you from Verizon's network into another company's network. And then here, because we're trying to call an AT&T wireless customer, we'll do the exact same thing in reverse. I won't bore you with all those details, but the exact same thing we saw on Verizon would happen on the AT&T wireless side in reverse, and the AT&T phone would ring. And now the Verizon and AT&T customers are talking to each other. And this all happens in a matter of microseconds. It's very, very quick, but just so you can see how many steps that a call has to go through to be completed.
Thank you. Next slide.
So whenever we're looking at Verizon Wireless or T-Mobile records, they will indicate the originating and the terminating sector. And what that means, it will show me what cell site and sector you were connected to when you hit the send button to start the call. And it will also show me the cell site and sector that you connected to when you hit the end button on your phone to end the call. So basically I can see two locations of where you were at, and that shows movement of where somebody was at over time while they were making a phone call.
Next slide.
So this will kind of visualize that, where it explains a little bit better. So we're going to start on the upper left-hand side of the screen, and you'll see the little car driving along. Now you're going to hit the send button to start a phone call. That's your originating cell site. And as you drive along, you're going to connect to all of these interim cell sites in blue. And then once you get down here, you're going to hit the end button. That's the terminating site. So with Verizon and T-Mobile, which T-Mobile is what we're dealing with in this case, even though you connected to all those blue cell sites in the middle, they don't show up on the records. We would only see the green one and the red one, which is the originating and the terminating.
Next slide.
This is looking at just an example of what T-Mobile's records look like. This is what I would get when I analyze the records, and this would show us various information about the target device. This will tell us the date and time that a transaction occurred. When I say transaction, that could be a voice call, that could be a text message, that could also be a data session where you're surfing the internet or something like that. So any of those three would trigger a line item on this particular report. So we'll have the date and time that occurred. It's going to tell us the duration, and that's going to be in seconds. So for example, that top line there means that that phone call lasted 12 seconds. It will also tell us the call type and the direction. So it's going to tell us if it's voice, text, or data. And it will also tell us if it's an incoming call or an outgoing call, or incoming text or outgoing text message, and so forth. It also tells us the completion or service codes. This lets me know if there was any problem with the network, if the call was abnormally completed, or if the call did not complete. That's how, on my end, I can tell what happened with that particular transaction. It also tells me when it's successfully completed.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
So this also tells us on the next slide that there is the calling number. So the person who actually started the call will show up on there. So we're able to see both parties and what digits were actually dialed. So if somebody dialed *67 in front of their number to try to block it, it would tell me on my side that that's what happened. So I can see exactly what numbers talk to each other and what happened with those. And finally, it tells us the destination number. That's the receiving party puts their number on there. So I know that party A called party B, and so forth. And then this also tells us the originating cell site and sector. This is important because it tells us the location of where this device was at when this transaction occurred. So now I can physically put this transaction on a map for you and show you where that area is at. And then that shows us the terminating cell site and sector. So the originating cell site, again, is where the send button was pressed, and then the terminating, you see up there, is where the end button was pressed. So we have both sets, and we can see movement of where somebody went.
Next slide, please.
So this is looking at an example of what you'll see in this case. This is an open sectored cell site. And so what this means is that the person or the device was to the left of that sector. The sector is pointing out, and the blue shaded area that you see on there only indicates that it's pointing that direction. I'm not saying that the device is inside of that blue shaded area. It's just simply pointing that way, and the device could be out in this area out here, which is pointing towards the west. So that's what an open sectored cell site looks like.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
This is what it would look like whenever we have multiple devices or multiple people where they're all pointing towards a central location. In this particular example, this was on Thompson Lane there, is where the devices were at, and you can see that all three carriers are kind of pointing in. So this kind of just shows you the directional aspect of these sectors and how we can see where devices generally are based on those.
Next slide.
So in addition to the traditional records that we just looked at, which are the normal records of who talked to who, date and time, and cell site sectors that you connect to, those are just general CDRs. We also have enhanced CDRs that we can request. We have to request them very quickly because the records go away. We do have them in this case, so we will be talking about those. But what these do is they give us additional distance information that we'll talk about here in just a second. I'll show you some slides on that.
Next slide.
So there is a concept known as round trip delay, or also known as ranging data. And what that means is that the amount of time that it takes a signal to travel from the cell site to the handset and back to the cell site. And because of that, we're able to figure out exactly how far away the cell phone is from the cell site by using the formula you see on the screen. There's some sophisticated algorithms that go along with that. But because we know the amount of time that it took for that signal to go from the cell site to the handset and back, we can convert that time into a distance that you can see on a map, which we'll look at here on the next slide.
Next slide, please.
So this case involves timing advance, or time distance of arrival, which is another terminology that's used in T-Mobile records that tells us the amount of time that it takes for that signal to travel, similar to what we saw in ranging data. So we're going to have the handset here that is going to be connected to cell site 567 there in the middle. That means that is the cell site that you're making the phone call or text message on. But your phone is also able to see the surrounding cell sites around it. So you see the one that we're connected to, 567, it took 3 nanoseconds for that round trip to occur. So now we know a general distance that it is from cell site 567, but we also can look at cell site 890. It was 35 nanoseconds, and so we can convert that into a distance. And then finally, 123 is 19 nanoseconds. Now we combine all those together, that can give us a location of where the handset was at. I know I'm telling you a lot of big technical stuff, but you don't really need to know all that stuff. This next slide is going to kind of bring it all in to explain it better. So whenever we have the cell site 567 and the records tell us that they connected to cell site 567 sector number 2, you see I have it there in pink. We know it's pointing towards where the handset's at, but the records will also tell us that the device was 1.36 miles from the cell site. That comes directly from the records from the carrier that T-Mobile is giving me. So I'm able to map that out and put an arc. So that pink arc that you see on the screen there is a timing advance arc. So we know that the device is somewhere on that pink arc. So we've now narrowed down where the device could be dramatically to a very small area. Instead of being this big sector and being anywhere out there, and I don't know if they're like in the area up here, are they out here, are they down here? You don't know when you just have the sector, but when you have that arc that we put on there, we now know the device has to be inside of that pink arc right there.
Thank you. Next slide.
And this is just looking at an example of what those records look like. So I'm just going to skip here to the next slide. And this is going to tell us the distance right there. That's what I was wanting you to see, where this is coming directly from the records. It's not something we're just pulling out of thin air. The carrier is giving us that distance. And so that's 1.12 miles. And now I could put that out as an arc like you saw on the previous slide. And now we know generally where the device was at.
And just to clarify, these calculations are all made based on data that you're retrieving directly from the carrier?
That is correct.
Okay. Next slide, please.
This is just kind of putting it all together here, where we look at the records, we map out cell site 567, sector number 3. There it is, you see on the screen in blue. We know it's pointing generally to the kind of the northwest area there. And now we also see that we have a 1.12 mile round trip delay. So now we can map that out, measure out 1.12 miles, and put the arc on the screen, and the device is somewhere inside of that blue arc. So this is the slide that you will be seeing in the data on the target device and the case data in just a second. It's going to look very similar to this. That's the type of arc that you would see. So this is an example of that.
Next slide.
Real-time locates are known as a geolocate or a ping, and that is where law enforcement knows that something is going on with a particular device. So they will send a request to the carrier, either through exigency or through a search warrant, depending on the circumstances. And the carrier essentially sends out a signal to the handset, and that handset returns the coordinates of where it believes the device is at. And so that's an example that you see here of a target where we have the circle in the middle as the coordinates, but they also give us a certainty factor or a margin of error. So in this particular example, we have the coordinates in the middle, but we have a 100-meter radius around it, so the device could be anywhere inside of that 100 meters. So that's what a locate is in real time.
Next slide, please.
So all this is talking about is that whenever I look at the records, they will give us an address of the cell site, the tower, but it also gives us a latitude and longitude. The latitude and longitude are exactly where the cell site is at. The address might be down at the bottom of a hill like you see in this example. So we do not use addresses for anything that we use. We use coordinates or latitude and longitude for everything you're going to see in the upcoming slides to make it accurate as possible.
Next slide.
So looking at, we have cell sites in a rural environment versus cell sites in an urban environment. So in a rural area, you might have a cell site that covers 16, 17, 18, 19 miles between two cell sites, just depending on the coverage that that particular carrier needs. The reason why they would be so far away is because as population comes down, you can adjust the distance of the cell site to put less cell sites out there. But when you get into an urban area like on this slide, You see they're very, very close together. And the reason for that is that as the population comes up, we have to make the sector smaller, because otherwise we will overload the cellular network. You want to be able to provide the most efficient service for your customers, so they put the cell sites really close. There's not any dropped calls and things like that. So that's kind of rural versus urban.
Next slide, please.
So you're going to see some slides like this in the actual case data. So you're going to see a car start down on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. And as the car drives along, you'll see they connect to these different cell sites at different times. The red pie, shape of the pie you see on there is the area that the cell site is pointing. That's not saying that the device is inside of these circles. It's just showing you that the red is the direction that the connection occurred. And so you see here, we can see somebody driving from home into work based on these type of records.
Next slide.
And this is saying that the records come in all different types of formats. We may have the time of the switch, or in the time of the device, or in UTC time, which is Universal Coordinated Time. They're in all different formats depending on the carrier. I just want you to understand, in this case, I have converted everything for you over to our local time in Central, which is sometimes a pain, just with the different time zones and stuff, but to make it easier for all of us, everything we're going to be talking about today is going to be in Central Time Zone.
Thank you. Next slide.
All right, so everything that we've just talked about has nothing to do with the target device. It's just explaining the system operations, and now we'll get into the actual case data.
Next slide, please.
So we're going to be looking at the network communications records for 504-236-3467, which is a T-Mobile number.
Next slide.
This is the subscriber information that T-Mobile returned for that number I just mentioned. It shows our billing account number, that the account was established on 2/10/2019, and the billing addresses, and the date range of the records request, things like that. So this is the subscriber information from T-Mobile.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
So we're looking at June 27th, 2022 on these next slides. This is starting on the morning of 6/27. This is going to be, in this format, I have military time at the beginning, but then I've put the general time at the end, which is 7:45 to 9:28 a.m. in this particular slide. And this would show that that device is in the general area of 1401 Iberville Street in New Orleans, Louisiana.
At about 7:45, is that right?
Yes, sir, 7:45 to 9:28 a.m.
Next slide, please.
Same general area, but the sectors are pointing in different directions here, meaning there's probably some movement that's been going around. This was from 8:08 to 9:07 a.m., again in the general area of 1401 Iberville Street in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Next slide, please.
And then 6/27/2022 from 8:53 to 9:21 a.m., the sector pointing directly at 1401 Iberville Street in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Next slide, please.
So this is one of those slides I told you is going to show movement. You see it start over on the right-hand side of the screen. So again, the red pie shape is the direction that the device was from the cell site. So we know it's going to be on the left-hand side of that cell site. And then you have two red ones there. So it means it connected to both sectors as it was moving. So that's what the two reds mean. And then we're going to continue moving towards the west of New Orleans, out towards the airport. Now it's out by New Orleans International Airport and sort of heading north from there. And that's going to be the last one at 9:59 a.m. in that area.
Next slide, please.
Continuing our movement from the previous slide, we have 10 a.m. at that same cell site and sector, and now we're going to start moving again. And we're still going to be heading westbound away from New Orleans at 10:16 a.m. 10:20 and 10:26, we have both of those red sectors you see on there. And now we're going to start heading towards the south from I-10, and that's going to be at 10:39 and 10:43. And then it's at 1044 to 1058, it's in the general area of Gramercy, Louisiana.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
So at 11:15 a.m., still in that general area, both sectors on there, the two red ones. And then the final one on this slide is going to be at 11:45 a.m.
Thank you. Next slide.
Continuing our movement, here is going to be, it's now in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and we're going to start movement eastbound near the Interstate 12 area. So 104, 105, 111 p.m., and 1:14 p.m. heading eastbound in the general area of Interstate 12 in Louisiana.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Continuing our movement eastbound from the Baton Rouge area to near I-55. So we're going to start at 1:14 p.m., continuing eastbound 1:15, 1:19, 1:22, 1:29, 1:31, and 1:33 to 1:40.
Next slide, please.
So now we're going to start looking at movement going northbound in the general area of Interstate 55. So we'll start out here at the bottom there. I think it's Amite City, 1:42 p.m. to 1:48 p.m. in that particular sector in red. And then we have 150 to 153 and 151 to 154 in the general area of Kenwood, Louisiana. And then you can see the Mississippi Louisiana line right up here at the top of the screen, getting very near that.
Next slide, please.
So this shows all of the movement going north on I-55, or the area of I-55, from 1403, which is 2:03 p.m. until 4:15 p.m. So the device is connecting to cell site after cell site. All those pink cell sites you see there were connected to as the device was heading northbound in the area of I-55.
Next slide.
So we have the connection here at 2:15 p.m. near Winona, Mississippi. And the device goes offline after that, and there's no connections between 2:15 p.m. and 6:04 p.m. The reason we know that is that we have this cell site and sector that showed up on the records in Winona, Mississippi, and the next one that showed up was in Memphis, Tennessee at 6:25 p.m. So that period of time, there was no connections to the cell sites in between there. So the device was more than likely powered off or in an area of no service, which is unlikely on an interstate, but those are some of the reasons that could happen.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
So down in the Memphis area on I-55 near Nashville International Airport at 18:04, which is 6:04 p.m., and you can see the device navigating through Memphis till about 6:35 p.m. and ends up out in the area of Interstate 40 in the Memphis-Shelby County area.
Does there appear from this slide to be any significant stops in Memphis, or is the cell phone continuously traveling out of Memphis?
That is continually traveling out of Memphis. The device could have stopped for a few seconds or a minute or so somewhere in traffic, things like that, but 6:04 to 6:35 is consistent. I am familiar with that area. I have driven that area, so I am familiar with how long it would take you to get from the Memphis International Airport out to the Arlington area, and that is consistent with it being about 30 minutes to travel that area.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
So this still shows movement eastbound from 6:27 to 6:59 p.m. And this is still going to be in the general area of Interstate 40 around the Brownsville area of Tennessee.
Next slide.
Still continuing eastbound from 6:58 to 7:51, general area of Interstate 40 in the Jackson, Tennessee area. So we're still moving eastbound from Memphis.
Next slide.
So we're still moving eastbound here. We have a cell site connection on both of those red sectors at 746 and 751. So based on those two, we know that it's moving eastbound. 751 to 755, both red sectors, starting on the one on the west, moving to the one on the east. So we know that means it's eastbound movement. Same thing here from 8 p.m. to 8:04 p.m. 8:04 p.m. to 8:08 p.m., still moving eastbound. And being near the Tennessee River there, Kentucky Lake area, 8:08 p.m., 8:13 p.m., still moving eastbound in the general area of Interstate 40.
Next slide, please.
Still moving eastbound on the other side of the river. This is going to be 8:11 to 8:17, 8:17 to 8:42.
Next slide.
And now we're going to start seeing the device move northbound from Interstate 40 in the Waverly area. So at Waverly, you see the whole thing is red. That means that the device connected to all three sectors as it was moving through that area and starting to head northbound. So that was at 8:42 p.m. to 8:43 p.m. in Waverly, Tennessee. And then the next connection is going to be at 8:51 p.m., which is to the north of Waverly, near Tennessee Route 13.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
So this is getting into the timing advance data that we talked about, which is the distance that the device was from the cell site. So we have that the device connected to T-Mobile cell site 33090 from 8:59 p.m. to 9:05 p.m. And T-Mobile gave us a timing advance arc of 1.21 miles. So we measured out 1.21 miles, and you see that pink arc. So the device is somewhere on that pink arc. The arcs are very, very accurate. We find evidence on them all the time. We find fugitives. We find missing children, Amber Alerts. We consistently find what we're looking for in these arcs. And the reason why they are so accurate is it's very important to the carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, to have this very accurate to make sure their networks are operating correctly. They don't do this for us as law enforcement. They do it for network purposes. That's why to make the network optimum, they have these measured out. So again, the device would be somewhere inside of that pink arc, which is also in the general area of where the police officer was shot on a traffic stop in Aaron, Tennessee. So it's very close in proximity in Aaron, Tennessee.
So how did you plug in where the police officer was shot?
Those were the coordinates that were given to me by the case agent.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please.
So this shows eastbound movement. So each of these arcs you see, they start on the left and they move towards the right. It's very hard to animate these arcs with the program we use. That's why you're not seeing them show up one after the other. But it does start on the left at 21:05, which is 9:05 p.m., and moves towards the east, one after the other, until 9:10 p.m. And that's moving away from that traffic stop area in Aaron, Tennessee.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand the arcs right here. Each arc, as they advance, is movement of the phone?
That is correct. It's showing at one distance after the other on the record, so that shows us that at like 9:05, it's on the most left-hand arc. At 9:07, I'm just guesstimating here, 9:07 p.m., it's on the second arc. 9:09, it's on the third arc, and then finally at 9:10, it would be on the far right arc, which is the most eastern arc. So we know that we're moving eastbound or to the right on this slide because of that.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. Before I do, I'm going to move a collective exhibit of the PowerPoint. I don't know the number of the next state's exhibit.
Well, I show that to be exhibit 56, is that correct?
$56.
Morning, Aggie Valley.
Morning, sir.
My name's Lee Spratt. I represent Mr. Brown in this case.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that phone was registered to?
I don't. I can pull up a slide. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Approach your own.
Shows a Chris Brown 1402 Bean or Bineville Street, Unit D, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Thank you, sir. And do you can't venture a guess or an opinion if anybody had that phone, who had that phone, who, you can only just testify as to where the phone traveled, right?
Yes, sir. My job is simply the location data. I don't have any other information.
All right, and I got a little, I was learning as you were testifying there, but the arcs there. So we've got the big arc, which are you saying that's more accurate?
You're talking about the slice of the pie, that's going to be a sector that's generally accurate. And then the arc that you see on the screen is extremely accurate.
Okay. The arc that narrows down where the piece of the pie is colored in at the tip, that's more or less accurate.
So like looking at this, let me my pointer right here, this is only showing direction. It does not mean the device was inside of that shaded area. It just simply means that the sector is pointing down this way.
Okay. So what you're saying is that these are more accurate?
Yes, those would tell us exactly inside the sector where the device was at. Without those, we wouldn't know if the device was out here in this general area, like in here or out here. But when we have those arcs, we know exactly within the sector where it's at.
How far out do those go?
In this particular example, that's 1.21 miles on the far left-hand side, up to 1.41 miles on the far right-hand side.
Okay. So only about a mile and a half then.
I'm sorry, for this transaction, that's how far they occurred. It could be any distance depending on where the device was at when the carrier logged that. So it could be out 5 miles, it could be at a quarter mile. It just depends on where the device was at when the transaction for that particular event.
Okay, and those are less accurate. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you said those are less accurate in rural areas than they are in urban areas where there are more towers, or?
No, sir, I'm not saying it's less accurate. I'm saying there is more cell sites in a urban area versus a rural area. That means that the sector area is going to be bigger out in a rural area versus in downtown Nashville. It means that if a device connects to a cell site in downtown Nashville, I can probably put it within like a 2 or 3 block radius because it connected to that small little sector. But if we come out into this rural area out here, where there may be 10 miles between the 2 cell sites because it's a more rural area, then the device is going to be still inside that sector. The sector's accurate, just the sector's going to be bigger. So I can't say they were in this tiny little area. I can say they were in this bigger area, but it's still very accurate, the data is.
As accurate as we can be, but not completely accurate, though. Not totally accurate. I mean,
it's going to be able to it is accurate to show the connection that happened to that particular cell site and sector in the records with that particular carrier. So it is accurate from that point. It's just going to have a different area or overall area that could be connected to smaller versus larger.
okay. Thank you, Agent Melly.
Yes,
Those
sir.
are my questions.
Redirect.
I have no additional questions.
Thank you, Officer Valley.
Thank you, sir.
Agent Valley, you may step down and we'll release you from your subpoena. All right. Outside of the jury's presence then, Mr. Spratt, you had a matter that you wanted to address?
I do, Your Honor. My understanding is that the state's next witness, shut that door. My understanding is that the state's next witness is Agent Looney, and there's an interview with Mr. Brown. And my understanding that I just got this information was that there were some conversations that occurred prior to the audio or the video, just that occurred prior to the interview itself that were not recorded, where Mr. Brown asked for a lawyer. This information came to my attention last night. I would ask the court that that we'd be able to attempt to put on some sort of proof about suppression. And if not, that if the court chooses not to allow the interview to be suppressed, then I would ask that I be able to cross-examine Agent Looney at least about this issue in front of the jury.
Well, let me hear from the state. Do you have any position, General Crouch?
Judge, there is recordings of the defendant giving his statement to Agent Looney. He is Mirandized. That's on the recording. It's irrelevant to any conversation that may have had prior to that. But Agent Looney is welcome. I would encourage him to take the stand and be asked or cross-examined if Mr. Brown ever asked for a lawyer. Because not only is there a recording of the entire conversation with Agent Looney, there's a recording of the transportation, the ride that Mr. Brown was given to the interview, and he never asked for a lawyer. So I'm not opposed to him asking those questions.
Well, a motion to suppress is one of those pretrial motions that's required to be filed, in my opinion, prior to the trial and the introduction of that evidence. Mr. Spratt indicates that this is information that was just given to him last night, and for that reason, I don't think it's really proper for a motion to suppress, and I rely on what the state is indicated as being the proof, but I think the best way to handle it is to allow Mr. Spratt to call Agent Looney to the stand, and actually it would be the state's having a motion to suppress. The state would be the one to put on the proof. So let's let the state put on Agent Looney and about these limited issues, and then we will let Mr. Spratt have his cross-examination about it, and then that'll settle the matter depending on how I rule.
That's now outside the presence of the jury.
Outside the presence of the jury.
The state calls Agent Taylor Looney.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that this case to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Agent Looney, would you state your first and last name, please?
Taylor Looney,
And would you spell your last name?
Looney.
Thank you. And I'm going to kind of skip through some of the regular stuff and go straight to this. You work for the TBI,
That's correct.
and you were the case agent assigned to investigate Mr. B.J. Brown.
I was.
And on June 29th of 2022, did you have the occasion to interview the defendant, Mr. Brown?
I did.
Where did that interview occur?
At the Houston County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. When you approached Mr. Brown for the interview, did you ask him or read him his constitutional rights?
I did.
Okay. Is that routine for you to do so?
It is.
Okay. In fact, did Mr. Brown sign a Miranda waiver?
He did.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
And Agent Looney, can you identify this document?
This is the signed copy of the Miranda waiver that the defendant signed, myself signed, and the other agent present during the interview.
And did you read the waiver to him?
I did.
Did he have any questions about it?
No, and he was asked if he understood what the waiver meant, and he nodded in affirmation that he did.
And you watched the defendant actually sign the waiver document?
Yes.
All right. I'll move that as a copy of the state's exhibit for this hearing.
All right, we'll mark it as an exhibit for this hearing only, so it will be a limited exhibit for this hearing. Won't be the next exhibit in order. Okay, so just mark it Exhibit A.
And Agent Looney, throughout the course of this interview, did Mr. Brown ever ask for a lawyer?
He did not.
Never hinted that man, I want to stop talking to you. Was he provided food and water
He
throughout
was.
this process?
Yes.
And do you know about how long he was interviewed?
I believe it was around 2 hours, I think.
Okay. And let me go back to the food and water issue. He actually had, I think, some type of food with him, did he not?
Yeah, so when he was brought into the jail, he was provided food and water until the interview began. And then once we started the interview, he was also given food and water during the interview.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Spratt, you can cross-examine.
Morning, Agent Looney.
Morning.
You say that, when did you say Mr. Brown signed this waiver?
During the interview at the beginning.
During the interview that's audio and video recorded, right?
That's correct.
All right, and how long had you been at, was this at the Houston County Jail, right?
It was at in the sheriff's office portion.
In the sheriff's
Yes,
office
sir.
portion. Okay, how long had you been at that facility before you interviewed Mr. Brown?
Mr. Brown was brought in, he was arrested around 6:30. He was brought in after that.
6:30 p.m.
a.m. in the morning on the 29th.
All right.
And I believe it was decided that we would allow him to sleep for a couple of hours before we attempted the interview.
Mhm.
And then I think it was approximately 2 hours after that that we then returned and began the interview.
Was Agent McGowan with you?
He was.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you know Michael Flanagan?
No, sir. Or I don't, it doesn't immediately register.
Okay. So you don't know if there was an attorney there to speak with Mr. Brown prior to you speaking with him?
No, sir.
Okay. And did Agent McGowan ever interview, speak with, talk to, or interact with Mr. Brown prior to you and Agent McGowan together interacting with him?
No, sir.
Okay. When you found Mr. Brown, had he tried to cut his neck?
He had a like a superficial abrasion or laceration on his neck.
Okay. You don't know how that got there?
He told us in the interview that he tried to cut himself with a piece of bottle.
Was he given medical attention prior?
He was.
He was. Okay. And so it's your testimony that he never asked for a lawyer. Did you ever speak with Agent McGowan about any of this?
Agent McGowan was with me. We left while we allowed the defendant to sleep or to have a rest period prior to the interview. We went and had breakfast together.
You and Agent McGowan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And so there was never a lawyer there. Was there media there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So, but Mr. Brown did, I believe during this interview, tell you that he was wanting to go to sleep, right? He was wanting to go back to sleep during this interview.
Yeah, I think he said that. Yes, sir.
But it's your testimony that he never asked for a lawyer?
Not in my presence. He never asked for an attorney in my presence, nor was I aware of any time that he asked for an attorney.
Okay. Those are my questions.
You redirect? Thank you, Agent. You can step down.
Your Honor, we have no proof.
Well, based on the proof that's been offered at this hearing, clearly the court finds that the defendant executed a knowing and voluntary waiver of his rights under the Miranda, after being advised of his Miranda rights, and therefore I don't find that there would be any reason why that issue should be raised before the jury. And as a result of that, for whatever purpose, Mr. Spratt, that your motion was made to exclude this testimony or to be able to raise that issue before the court, before the jury, the court finds that there is no evidence in this case that would indicate that there was anything more than a knowing and voluntary waiver of his rights under Miranda, and therefore your motion would be denied. So we'll stand at recess for about another 10 minutes. And anything further?
Yes, sir. Judge, since we have the jury out, our next witness will be Agent Looney, and per our agreement with the defendant, we will not be bringing in any evidence or any testimony of a crime or homicide in Louisiana. However, I do anticipate that Agent Looney will testify that at the time of the traffic stop, there was an active warrant for the defendant. That it will be limited to simply there was an active warrant for his arrest at the time of the traffic stop.
Brad, General, I know you were talking with your client. Mr. Crouch indicated that Agent Looney would be testifying not about the details of the alleged homicide in Louisiana, but would only state that at the time that the traffic stop occurred, that there was an active warrant for the arrest of the defendant out of Louisiana.
And we won't even say Louisiana.
That there was just an active warrant for his arrest.
Yes.
I don't understand the relevance of that, Your Honor. I filed one motion at the outset of this case, which was to try this case here and not mention Louisiana. Not really sure why it was relevant that we traced him from Louisiana, but we've had a motion on that. Your Honor ruled that it was relevant, but I don't understand why we would do that. It's not relevant to any issue before this court as to him having an active warrant. I can't, I mean, I would have to, I can't understand the relevance of that at all. I mean, the prejudicial effect is just
severely outweighs any probative value as to whether or not these acts occurred. So I don't understand why this late in the game, and understanding that I just raised a suppression issue this late in the game, but this late in the game, when the first thing we did was try to keep out this Louisiana thing. I fully intended on filing one motion and going in this case, and now we're still dealing with that. I don't understand the relevance of it to the extent that it's a 404B. I guess we would need to have a hearing where it was all proven by clear and convincing evidence. I don't know that I ever got a copy of an outstanding warrant in discovery. I don't know that I've ever even gotten a judgment from Louisiana on anything in discovery. I got some documents signed by the court clerk down there regarding his history. Now, we're willing to stipulate, as we've talked about in chambers, as to count 4 and 5, that he's got the prior felony. But this is just another attempt to bring New Orleans into this. We haven't opened the door to that, and it's not relevant to anything. And if it is, it's substantially outweighed under 403. And if not, even under the exclusionary rule under 404B, I just don't understand why we're having to deal with that right now. So I would object to any of that strenuously.
Judge, and let me clarify, we're not mentioning Louisiana in any way. But I'm next going to address the relevance. As adamantly as Mr. Spratt doesn't understand the relevance, I'm the exact opposite. I'm trying to wonder how anybody could not see it as relevant. The defendant literally tried to kill the victim before Officer Tiber could even run or identify him in any way. He shot him trying to keep him from learning that there was an active warrant for his arrest. That's exactly why he tried to kill him. So that's why it's relevant. That was his motive for getting out of his car and shooting 14 rounds at his head into the car before he could even confirm his identity. That's why we're here today. This entire case, this arrest, the active warrant for his arrest is why we're here today, because he did kill somebody in Louisiana on video. We're not going to mention that.
That video was never authenticated. I don't know why we can't just try this case.
But it's
this case.
Well, I happen to have seen the video, and it's fairly apparent that someone was killed in that video. But that's not part of what the proof is going to be in this case. I consider your objection to it and applying the balancing test that I'm required to do regarding evidence that may be potentially prejudicial. Is it prejudicial to bring in the fact that there was an outstanding warrant for the defendant without mentioning where that warrant was from at the time that the officers stopped him? There can be little doubt that, in my opinion, the fact that the defendant, according to the video, if that was him on the video, stepped out of his car with an AR-15 and fired 14 rounds indicates that he had some sort of motivation to try to kill the officer. What was that motivation? Yesterday, we dealt with the fact that there were drugs inside the car and that could be a potential motive. The fact that there was an outstanding warrant for the defendant, and as the state argues, that the defendant knew there would likely be a warrant out for his arrest, and therefore he was trying to prevent the officer from determining that who he was and that there was an outstanding warrant, would be another motivation for the shots fired. So the relevance is clear that the fact that had he not fired the weapon, that might exclude this evidence of whether there was an outstanding warrant, if it was just something else. But clearly, it is relevant to show that the defendant had an interest in a reason why he suddenly started shooting at the officer. The fact that he knew there was an outstanding warrant or that there was an outstanding warrant clearly is relevant to the issues that are before the court. And yes, it is prejudicial to the defendant, but no more prejudicial than the evidence that he is shown on the video of him attempting to kill the officer, are no more prejudicial than the stipulation that's being offered to show that he was, in possession of a weapon illegally. Those are also prejudicial, but that is part of what this case is about. So while I understand you're saying that it is prejudicial and that prejudice outweighs the relevance, I disagree and found that it is in fact relevant to show the reasons why Mr. Brown would have exited the vehicle and opened fire on the officer who was simply on stopping him on a traffic offense and checking on his radio at the time that the shots were fired. So we have preserved that as an issue for your appeal if there is one. And in my opinion, that resolves the issue regarding Agent Looney's testimony. Anything else?
I'd like to have a 404B hearing on it and have it proven by clear and convincing evidence.
Well, we can have that 404B hearing if you want to. If you want to put on clear and convincing evidence about that, then you may do so. State would have to be the one to put on the proof. Are you prepared to do that? Yes. All right. Call your witness. I would remind you were previously placed under oath.
Agent Looney, will you state your full name, please?
Taylor Looney,
Thank you. And will you spell your last name?
Looney.
Thank you. And you were assigned to investigate this case we're here on today, State versus BJ Brown.
That's correct.
All right. What day and time did you initially arrive in Houston County, Tennessee, after Officer Tabor was shot?
It was June 27th, 2022 at approximately 9:55 p.m.
Okay. So you were there pretty quickly after the shooting occurred.
That's correct.
And in the course of your investigation, did you learn that the defendant, BJ Brown, had an active warrant for his arrest on the night of June 27th, 2022?
Not that night, but I did learn prior to his arrest that he had a
Basis of knowledge, I'd like him to lay a basis of knowledge as to how he learned that there was an active warrant.
What is the basis of your objection? What legal basis do you have to object to what he just testified to?
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead, Agent Looney.
Prior to the defendant's arrest, we did learn that he had a warrant for his arrest.
Okay. And how did you go about learning of his warrant?
We were contacted by
Hearsay. Objection.
Let me
Overruled.
back up a little bit, Agent Looney. When you are performing a traffic stop or conducting any type of investigation, what is a procedure that you go through to check active warrant status of anyone?
we get with our intelligence analyst and they will run the individual based on his name and demographics through NCIC for active warrants.
Okay. So if you were in the field and you wanted to confirm if somebody had an active warrant, what would you do?
I would contact an intelligence analyst or dispatch or someone with access to NCIC, provide that name and those demographics and ask them to run that individual for active warrants.
Okay. And in this particular case, how did you learn of the warrant that was active for Mr. Brown?
Through our partner agencies.
Okay.
Objection to the
So-
hearsay.
There was no hearsay, Your Honor. He just said how he learned.
Overruled.
Continue on.
Through our partner agencies in Louisiana.
All right. And do you remember, without referring to your records, what the warrant was for?
I believe second degree murder.
Okay. And out of Louisiana?
That's correct, out of New Orleans.
And in the process of this investigation, were you provided a copy of a video that shows Mr. Brown killing someone in Louisiana?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Object to the facts, those are facts not in
I'm
evidence.
asking to repeat the question that you're objecting to.
The question was, in the course of his investigation, has he observed a video that shows Mr. Brown killing someone?
Object to the facts not in evidence, Your Honor. That video has never been authenticated.
Well, it's not being authenticated or presented here other than the fact that he's being asked to view a video of it.
He's asking specifically if Mr. Brown killed somebody in New Orleans. He can't testify to that.
He didn't ask him that. He asked him if he viewed a video that purported to show that.
Absent him being able to identify Mr. Brown.
Well, Judge, I'm working to that. In fact, Madam Clerk, I'm going to need that bag behind you. It was marked for identification purposes yesterday. It's got those orange tennis shoes in it.
Overrule the objection based upon the fact that I don't believe that the question you're objecting to is actually the same.
Close.
So So, Agent Mooney, you've already testified that you have observed a video that was recovered from Louisiana, is that right?
That's correct.
And I would ask you to draw your attention to the screen, please.
Judge, I would, is this being live cast? If this is, I'm gonna ask again, that if this is the video that I've objected to before in the motion hearings, I'm gonna ask again that this feed be cut.
Judge, we have a jury locked in our room. There's no way they could possibly see this. What is Mr. Spratt worried about at this point?
I'm going to presume that the jury will follow the instructions that I've given, the same as anything else, but this is a public proceeding. Therefore, I deny your motion to terminate any live stream.
All right, Agent Looney, can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Agent Looney, you can pause it right there. Can you describe what the person in the video is wearing?
A gray hoodie, appears to be a gray hoodie, black pants, and orange tennis shoes is what it looks like to me.
And can you describe what he's holding in his right hand?
Appears to be an AR-15 style rifle.
And in the proceedings that you observed yesterday in this courtroom, did we move a pair of orange tennis shoes for identification purposes only?
We did.
Okay. And in the course of your interview with the defendant, did he acknowledge or deny owning a pair of orange tennis shoes?
He denied it.
And in the course of this investigation, did you travel to the state of Louisiana?
I did not.
Did the TBI crime laboratory folks go to Louisiana?
They did.
And in this case yesterday, did you observe testimony from the crime laboratory identifying shell casings that had extractor marks from an AR-15 rifle?
Yes.
Okay. And in the course of this investigation, have you observed shell casings that were recovered in Louisiana?
I have not personally observed those.
Have you observed the reports?
Yes.
Object to hearsay.
Not asking him thus far about what's in the report. He's simply stating that, asking if he observed the report. Overruled.
And Agent Looney, have there been the same type of comparisons, extractor comparisons performed in Louisiana?
Yes.
Object to hearsay, 702, he's not an expert in these in ballistics, firearms, things of that nature. And he's absolutely asking him what comparisons were done, so I'm again going to renew that under a hearsay objection.
Judge, I'm just laying the foundation because I'm going to, if Mr. Spratt continues with the objections, I will recall agent from the TBI lab to establish the testings that were done in Louisiana.
But the lab technician would be recalled for what purpose?
So the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation lab actually traveled to Louisiana to do the shell case comparisons on casings that were recovered from the crime scene that Your Honor is observing in this video, with the shell casings that were recovered from the crime scene in Houston County, and they were a match. So this rifle that we're seeing in this video, that was where we see this person shoot someone, is the same rifle that was used in Houston County.
Well, Agent Looney, as a part of the investigation, can testify about the fact that the TBI crime lab went to compare that. Now, the results themselves would be inadmissible through this witness because he didn't perform the test and it would be hearsay. He can testify that the TBI crime lab did go to, part of the investigation, did go to Louisiana and ran certain tests. The results of those tests would have to be introduced by the person who did those tests.
Yes, sir. So Agent Looney, may I continue? Agent Looney, just to kind of clarify, in the course of this investigation, the TBI lab personnel went to the state of Louisiana
They did.
and they conducted tests on shell casings.
That's correct.
And as the judge has said, you're not allowed to testify to the conclusions, but you are aware that that occurred.
Aye.
And you are aware that there's a lab report that's been issued on those examinations.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, circling back again, you have observed this video, and did you, in your interview with the defendant, did he admit to you that he killed the person in this video?
Yes,
And that is a recorded interview.
that's correct.
And that's the same interview that you've already been questioned about on the Miranda warning.
Yes, with the defendant.
Yeah, so he was Mirandized at the Houston County Jail.
That's correct.
You ask him questions about the traffic stop and the shooting of Officer Tabor,
Correct.
and then you ask him, because you were aware of the homicide in Louisiana, did you ask him questions about that?
I did.
And he admitted to you that he had killed this woman.
Yes.
All right, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Spratt?
Judge, I don't.
Are we still just going to call this active warrant?
Judge, I don't have any questions necessarily for Agent Looney right now. I want my objection noted as to the fact that an active warrant is being mentioned at all, as long as that's all it is. But I still have an objection to it, but I don't really have any, well, briefly. When did you learn he had an outstanding warrant, Agent Looney?
I believe it was on the 28th of June.
The
Oh,
day
I'm
be-
sorry. Yes, the 28th, the day after.
The day after?
Yes, sir.
Do you know when that warrant became active?
It had to have been, the shooting that occurred in Louisiana happened on the 27th as well. So it had to be between the 27th when the shooting occurred there and the time that I spoke to them.
But you can't testify that this warrant was active at the time that he encountered Officer Tabor, can you? You can't testify to that, can you? Yes or no, Agent? You can say no, Agent.
Here's what I can testify to.
No, sir, I'm asking you specifically.
I can testify to that.
You can't.
I can, because the U.S. Marshals were currently looking for the defendant when the shooting in Aaron, Tennessee happened.
As long as it's an active warrant, Judge, I just want my objection noted, but anything outside of the fact that it's an active warrant, and I'm gonna have a standing motion for a mistrial. But I'm not making a motion for a mistrial now, but as long as it's an active warrant and the objection's noted on the record, then I'll let the court rule on the 404.
Well, at Mr. Spratt's request, we have conducted, sit down, Agent. We've conducted a hearing under 404B of the rules of evidence for the state of Tennessee, and this court finds that under those rules, that the evidence in this case of an outstanding warrant at the time of this traffic stop is relevant and is admissible. And I find that it's not so much proof of an outstanding, we're not even introducing what the crime was. It's just the fact that there was an active warrant. And in any event, the court finds that there is clear and convincing evidence that there was a crime, a homicide committed in the state of Louisiana by this defendant based upon the evidence that's been presented here, and that therefore this would be, the fact that there was simply a outstanding warrant, and that alone would be admissible through this agent's testimony. Any objection is overruled to that, and the court finds that it is relevant and would be admissible. And again, it goes to the issue of motive of the defendant and the actions that he took. But it will be limited to the simple fact that the agent will only be allowed to testify that there was, at the time of the shooting, an outstanding warrant for the defendant's arrest. Anything further? Now let's take about a 5 or 10 minute recess and we'll come back and resume.
Judge, before I start, I just learned that our audio has gone out. And Investigator Etheridge went to get another computer that has audio. So I said we were ready, but I didn't know the audio had gone out.
All right, and we need the audio for this witness's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long is it going to take Officer Etheridge to get back, or Mr. Etheridge to return?
He left about any time I expect, but
Ever play pinochle or anything? Get you some card games to keep you occupied? Well, apparently he jogged all over to the DA's office. Let's give him a minute to see if we can get it set up.
yes, sir.
We have a multi-million-dollar building that we're in that is far and away superior to the prior courthouse. Anybody ever have to go over there and try a case or sit on a jury? Because one of the things that happened is that we had a jury room. The judge's bench was right here. The jury room door was right here to my left. So anytime I'd have to send the jury out to hear something that they shouldn't hear, they could hear it through that door. So we had a boom box and developed a pattern whereby we would put on some loud country music or something, and the jury found it to be quite miserable to have to sit and listen to loud music, so they couldn't hear what was going on in the courtroom. So as much of a problem as it is for me to have to send you out, I don't feel bad about sending you over to that room. So, and not like the other one anyway. We ready?
Ready to try.
We're going to try it anyway. So.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Agent Looney, will you state your name for the court, please?
Taylor Looney,
And will you spell your last name?
Looney,
And Agent Looney, where are you employed?
with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your position with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
I'm a special agent criminal investigator.
And will you tell the jury what all a special agent does?
Yeah, so under the capacity that I was working during the time of this incident, I was in the criminal investigation division. And in that, when a serious offense happens that the district attorney feels that TBI should be involved in as the state law enforcement agency, they will put a request in for TBI to respond and to take lead and investigate a case.
And on June the 27th of 2022, did I request the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
You did.
Did you respond to Houston County?
I did.
Where in Houston County did you respond to?
To 326 Highway 149 in Aaron.
And Aaron is in Houston County.
That's correct.
All right. Was there a more specific location or name of a building that was at this location?
Yes, that address is McCaskill's Construction.
All right. And about what time did you arrive at the scene?
I got to the scene about 9:55 p.m. that night.
And just approximately how long after the shooting did you arrive?
So I believe the shooting occurred at 9:02 p.m. I got the phone call from my supervisor at around 9:23, and at 9:55 I arrived at the scene.
When you arrived at the scene and saw McCaskill's building, did you notice any surveillance equipment?
Yes,
Were you able to collect surveillance video?
we did.
And did you make a copy of that surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to attempt to play it on this screen.
Oh. Oh. That's it. Oh.
Okay, Agent Looney, I've asked for the video to be paused. And when you obtained the video, there were multiple cameras?
Yes, sir.
And have you spliced together feeds from the two cameras?
Yes, there's several different camera angles on this video.
And depicted on the screen, is this a different camera angle?
Yes, sir.
And before we get into this camera angle, looking back what we've just seen on the screen, can you describe what the officer did when he got out of his car?
Yeah, it appeared, you couldn't really see because it was dark, but what you could see after the shooting occurred appeared to be Officer Tiber coming around to the back passenger bumper of the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Stay in your car. Stay in your car. What's wrong? Stay in your car, sir. What's wrong? Stay in your car. What I did? I will come. Stay in your car. Come on. Stay in your car, sir.
And Agent Looney, can you tell us what we're looking at now?
Yeah, so if you watched, and it was easy to miss, but on the left, where it was on the left side of the screen, moving behind the vehicles towards the wood line, you could see the defendant running towards the wood line.
So Agent Looney, we're going to let it run continuously now, okay? And if you don't mind, would you stand near the screen and point to where you observe the defendant?
Sure, I'll do the best that I can.
All right. I understand. Also, Agent Looney, show us where Officer Tabor goes after the shooting.
Just a moment, you should see Officer Tabor right here at the rear of the passenger side. Right here.
Stay in your car. Stay in your car. What's wrong? Stay in your car, sir. What's wrong? Stay in your car. What I did? I will come. Stay in your car. Come on. Stay in your car, sir.
And if you look up here, you can see the defendant running there behind that truck. And you'll look right up here, you can see the white crossing down towards the tree line.
Good, thank you. Your Honor, I'll move a copy of the McCaskill surveillance video as the next exhibit.
57.
No objection to the exhibit, just to clarify, is that the
I'm sorry?
spliced version?
Yes,
Spliced
yes.
version is what's being moved into evidence?
We're moving a copy of exactly what the jury just watched as the
Right.
next exhibit.
No objection.
All right, next slide, please. So, Agent Looney, when you arrived on this scene, how many resources, as far as investigative resources, came to the scene to assist?
Several. There were law enforcement agencies from all over the area that basically converged to this location.
And what are we looking at here?
This is, as you can see, kind of where the wider light is here to the left in the midst of the trees. That's McCaskill's, and then lined all up and down the roadway there. That's 149. That's all of the law enforcement vehicles that had responded to assist.
And how was this photograph taken?
It was taken from a drone.
So were drones used to, why were drones used?
I believe they were used for two reasons. One was to document the scene from an aerial aspect. So just a different way for you guys to be able to see the scene itself from an aerial view. Also, I believe that the drones were also used in some capacity to search for the defendant.
I'll move a copy of this drone footage as the state's next exhibit, please.
58.
Next slide. And Agent Looney, can you describe what we see here?
Yeah, it's essentially the same exact aerial photograph from the drone. It's just in a thermal setting.
Thermal imaging of the
Thermal
drone.
imaging, yes.
You can play that again. Is this someone moving?
Yes.
And why would thermal imaging be used?
It's just a technique or a tool that assists law enforcement in potentially locating people in wooded areas or other places. The heat signatures of a person, it's easier to see versus just a normal picture.
I mean, this is the exact same, is this the same drone and same angle that we saw in the previous video,
Yes,
but with the IR?
that's correct.
Okay. I'll move a copy of the black and white drone footage as the state's next exhibit, please.
59.
So was thermal imaging deployed with the drones to look for the defendant?
Yes, and you said IR, infrared. That may be a better technical term for what that's called, but yes, it was.
Thank you. Next slide, please. What does this appear to be?
This is the shooting scene at McCaskill's. This is the Aaron police vehicle that Officer Tieber was driving and the vehicle that the defendant got out of.
So I have several photographs that I'm going to show you, Agent, and I'm going to enter a collective exhibit at the end of these photographs, okay? Next slide, please.
That's a photo of the maroon Hyundai Sonata.
And without sounding, stupid, why do you take so many photos?
For documentation purposes.
And to help in your investigation?
Yes, correct.
Now, approximately how many photos did you take?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I would say probably in the hundreds. I would say it's safe to say in the hundreds.
A lot more than we're going to show today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next photo, please. And Agent Looney, can you identify what we see here?
Yes, this is the center console of the Hyundai Sonata, and these were bags of pills that we observed in that center console at the scene.
So the defendant's vehicle, and you're depicting in this photograph bags of pills?
That's correct.
Are these the pills that were submitted to the TBI lab for testing?
That's correct.
The testimony that we heard yesterday that the yellow pill was tested, and it was methamphetamine?
That's correct.
Next slide, please. What is this picture?
This is a photograph of the front passenger seat of the vehicle and the items that are located inside or on that seat.
What does that appear to be with the orange cap?
It's a Gatorade bottle.
And is this the Gatorade bottle that was tested for DNA?
That's correct.
And it was the defendant's DNA on this Gatorade bottle?
That's correct.
Next slide, please. And what do we observe here?
This is same, just a different angle from the passenger side of the front passenger seat and the driver's seat, the front area. And that's the gray sweatsuit that was also testified to
They
yesterday.
match the defendant's DNA?
That's correct.
Next photograph. What is this?
This is a copy of a title for the vehicle that was located inside the vehicle.
All right, next photograph, please. And what is this?
This is the back of that same title.
And did you collect these documents from this vehicle?
Yes, they were collected.
I hand you several items here. Did you collect the car title?
Yes, sir.
And can you find that for us, please? And is there a date of transaction on the car title?
There is.
What is the date?
6/17 of 2022. So June 17, 2022.
All right, and who is the car sold to?
Looks like Laquana Cashel Woods.
And she was the purchaser on June the 17th of 2022?
That's what it would be. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll move the car title as the state's next exhibit, please.
All right, so far, we've not made an exhibit of these photographs.
That's correct. Judge, I'm going to be entering the photographs as a
So
collective.
this would be exhibit 60, that's the title.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Next photograph, please. And Agent Looney, you've already described using drones. Is this photograph from a drone?
Yes, sir.
What does it depict?
It depicts the crime scene at McCaskill's.
Now, I see some lighting on the scene that I don't think was there before your arrival.
Yes, that tower light there, that is a piece of equipment that was issued to me in CID to help illuminate nighttime scenes so that we can see.
Next photograph, please. Agent Looney, as this is playing, I've already seen some yellow markings. What are those?
Those are evidence markers.
Did you place those evidence markers?
I did.
How do you decide what to place a marker on?
So what we do is we will canvass the scene and survey the scene, and anything that we identify or believe to be a potential evidentiary value, we'll mark it with one of these yellow placards.
Also, Agent Looney, in the suspect vehicle, the Honda Sonata, it appears in this video that all four doors are open. Were all four doors open when you arrived?
No, it was only the front driver's side door that was open.
Why are the doors open now?
That's because we did an exigent search of the vehicle in attempt to identify documents or anything to locate the subject.
Such as the car title?
That's correct.
Move a copy of the crime scene drone video is the state's next exhibit, please.
The Exhibit 61.
Agent Looney, when you arrived at the scene and at this point in the investigation, had you actually identified the name of the shooter?
I had not.
Okay. So it was unknown at this point in time who the suspect was,
That's correct.
and that's why the exigent search of the car occurred?
That's correct.
All right. Yeah, any identifying markers found inside the car that would identify BJ Brown?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. And what is the photograph we see here?
It's just an aerial view, a drone photo of the crime scene as well, just a still shot from directly overhead.
Thank you. Next photo. What is this photograph?
It's a picture of the front driver's side window of the errand patrol car at the scene.
Okay. The front driver's window of the Aaron Police Department patrol car.
That's correct.
Next photo. What is this?
It is also a photo of the front driver window of the errand patrol car, the Aaron Police Department patrol car, but from the opposite side of the window.
Did you observe the testimony of the microanalysis agent yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Was this defect in this window labeled as TBI Exhibit K on her diagram?
Yes, sir.
And what did she determine was the entrance exit of this bullet?
She stated that the pathway was from outside the vehicle into the vehicle.
Next photograph. And Agent Looney, what is this?
This is the, as shown yesterday, this is the projectile that was located inside of the Aaron Police Department patrol car on a box just behind the front passenger seat.
All right, so when you're taking these photographs, you notice this bullet,
Yes, sir.
and did you collect it?
It was, yes, sir. It was either myself or the agent assisting me in processing the scene.
And then it was taken to the lab,
That's correct.
and that's how Agent Broadhag was able to do his examination?
That's correct.
Next photograph, please. All right, what does this depict?
It's reddish, we call it reddish brown stain. That's consistent with that of blood.
And where was this photograph taken?
It was taken at the rear passenger bumper of the Aaron patrol car, the Aaron Police Department patrol car.
What's significant about it being at the rear of the patrol car?
That is in the surveillance video and in the body cam video where Officer Tieber alleged or was viewed going to take a covered position.
So he got out of his vehicle and went to the rear of the patrol car?
That's correct.
And this is where you documented the reddish brown staining?
That's correct.
Why do you call it reddish brown staining?
Just because we can't, as out in the field, I don't have a way to test to ensure that it is blood. You know, we go on a lot of crime scenes, see a lot of red dots. Could be blood, could not be blood. But this is consistent with what we would see as blood. So we just safe bet call it reddish brown stain.
Next photograph, please. And what is this?
This is a higher angle, the back passenger side bumper of the Aaron patrol car.
Same position that Officer Tieber was in, kneeling at the rear of the patrol car?
That's correct.
And what do we see on the vehicle?
More reddish brown stain consistent with that of blood.
Next photograph, please. What is this?
This is Officer Tieber's uniform that we received at the scene. As you can see, there is a big splotch there of reddish brown stain to the left of his City of Aaron Police patch.
This is his uniform?
That's correct.
And you collected that?
Yes, sir.
And what is this area here?
That's the reddish brown stain splotch.
Next photograph, please. All right, so we've already heard testimony about shell casings. What's in this photograph?
This is one of the rifle cartridge cases that was collected at McCaskill's in the gravel.
What caliber is this?
5.56.
5.56, and that's what was shot through the rifle?
That's correct.
And did you place this evidence marker?
I did.
Why were you looking for these?
Just as evidence of the shooting that occurred.
Okay. Next photograph, please. What do we have here?
This is a photograph showing multiple placards moving in a northerly direction, indicating the locations of several rifle cartridge cases that were collected.
Can you describe what I'm calling a trail of cartridge casings in relation to the video that we've already observed?
Yes, so the placards that you see here, they reference a cartridge case or a cluster of cartridge cases that were in close proximity. And they are moving from south to north in a we'll call it northerly direction. And they were approximately, the closest one being about 20 feet from the Hyundai Sonata.
Thank you. Next photograph, please. What is this photo?
It's another photo depicting several of the placards that were placed identifying the cartridge cases for the rifle.
Next photograph, please. All right, so Agent, before we get into the description of this photograph, how long did you spend at the actual crime scene where the shooting occurred, photographing and collecting evidence?
It was until the next morning, around, I believe it was, the sun was coming up when I left the scene.
When you left the scene, had the subject, the defendant, been apprehended?
He had not.
About how many agencies were involved in searching for the defendant?
I would say approximately somewhere in the ballpark, probably 20 or more from around the Middle Tennessee area.
And how many days did that search go?
The incident occurred on the night of the 27th, and he was apprehended on the morning of the 29th, so 2 days.
I'm going to reference several photographs. Is this photograph away from the shooting scene?
It is.
Okay. And what's important about this photograph?
So the morning of the 28th, we received information about a sighting of the defendant, and I was requested to respond to that scene, to a shed that he had been observed running out of by other law enforcement. And inside, we were requested to go to that shed to see if there was any items of evidence that were left behind.
So he wasn't arrested at this shed?
That's correct.
He had been seen there?
That's correct.
Okay. Next photograph, please. And what was found inside the shed?
The orange Nike tennis shoes that were shown earlier in the trial.
Now, we've previously had these orange tennis shoes marked for identification purposes, and I would ask the clerk to now hand you the bag containing those shoes. Thank you. And Agent Looney, can you open the bag, please?
Gloves.
And what do we see?
We can apparently give you a mask that's there, but we
Yeah,
can't
that's all right. That's all right.
we don't have any gloves
That's okay.
standing by.
So, Agent Looney, you heard the testimony yesterday. There was no DNA found on the shoes.
That's correct.
I think that's why you were asking for gloves.
That's correct.
You don't want your DNA now to be on the shoes, but
It's habit.
did you collect these tennis shoes?
I did.
And they were logged into evidence?
They were.
What was the location of this shed?
It was 7546 Highway 13 North.
And that's still in Houston County?
That correct.
I'll now move the orange tennis shoes as the state's next trial exhibit, please.
This would be exhibit 60.
Objection, Your Honor. I object, Your Honor, to relevance.
Overruled. $62 is what I have.
Is that 62?
Sorry,
I was just getting the number of the exhibit.
62.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Agent Looney, well, after you documented this shed, what did you do next? And what day was it on?
This was on the 28th.
Okay, so he still hadn't been captured.
That's correct.
Next photo, please. And what do we have here?
This is a photo of an additional shed that was taken on the morning of the 29th, June 29th, 2022.
At the bottom right of the photograph, we see a timestamp. Can you read that from your position?
Yes, and it's June 29th, 2022 at 6:58.
What's significant about that timestamp?
So the defendant was apprehended at this location, taken into custody around 6:30 on the same date. So that's close to 30 minutes later.
Now, is this shed a different location than the shed that we had shown in the previous picture?
It is.
All right, about how far away were the two sheds?
A couple miles, a mile or two.
Next photograph, please. What is this?
That is a photograph of the inside of the shed, and there's a broken piece of bottle at the base up on the piece of wood there, and then there's a lock down lower from that.
In your investigation, was there anything significant about the broken bottle?
Yes. Do you want me to talk about
Yes.
this? Yes. So during the interview, the defendant stated that, let me back up. After the defendant was apprehended, there was a superficial laceration on his neck or an abrasion on his neck. And he stated in the interview, and he had the bottle in his hand at the time that he was taken into custody. And he advised that he was trying to kill himself with a piece of bottle.
Did the wound need any medical treatment?
No, we had SWAT medics that were at the scene at the time of his apprehension that checked him out, and then he was checked out again by EMS at the jail and again by the jail nurse following that, and they did not. They said it was a superficial cut.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Hearsay as to the treatment given to him?
As to what the medical professionals, how they characterize the wound.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. Did you?
Question was withdrawn.
Did you observe the injury?
Yes, sir.
How did it appear to you?
It's superficial.
Thank you. Next photograph, please. And what is this photograph?
That's a photograph of the defendant after he was apprehended.
At this shed?
Yes, sir.
And what type of shoes is he wearing?
He's not wearing any shoes.
Oh, he's not wearing shoes. Okay. Now, did you ask the defendant in the interview if those orange shoes belonged to him?
I did.
And what did he say?
He said they did not.
But he wasn't wearing shoes.
That's correct.
All right. Next photograph, please. What is this?
This is a photograph of currency, U.S. currency that was collected from the defendant at the time of his apprehension.
Next photograph, please. All right, so on June the 29th, I think you've testified the defendant was arrested.
That's correct.
At that point in the investigation, had the weapon that was used in the shooting been recovered?
Yes.
And when was it?
I'm sorry, it was recovered during the mid-morning of June 29th.
After the defendant was arrested?
Yes.
All right. Did the defendant tell you where he had placed the weapon?
He stated that he dropped the weapon in the woods.
Was the weapon recovered in the woods?
It was not.
All right, where was it recovered?
It was recovered in Wells Creek.
All right. And is this a photograph of Wells Creek?
It is.
All right. Next photograph, please. And what does this photograph depict?
That's a photograph of the rifle at the bottom of the creek.
Next photograph, please. And what is this photograph?
That is another photograph of the rifle just after it was pulled from the water in the creek.
And who is the man holding the rifle?
That's Special Agent Adam Barnes.
Next photograph, please. What is this photograph?
That photograph is depicting them securing the weapon, unloading it, making it safe. And it depicts that, showing that when they attempted to pull the bolt back, there was a live round in the chamber of the rifle.
Thank you. Next photograph, please. What is this photograph?
That's a photograph of the opposite side of the same rifle.
So the weapon, you've documented that the weapon was recovered in the creek. Who put it in this box?
I believe it was Special Agent Andrew Graves.
And is that how it's sent to the laboratory?
It is.
And you heard the testimony of Agent Broadhag yesterday. Did you see him open a box?
I did.
Same box that it was transported in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next photograph, please. What is this?
It's a photo documenting the manufacturer and serial number of the rifle.
Can you read the serial number from here?
Yes, SX4678.
Next photograph, please. What is this?
It's a photograph of the magazine that was recovered inside the rifle and 3 rounds that were located in the rifle as well.
And are those rounds live?
They are.
Meaning they're
unspent.
Unspent, okay, thank you. Next photograph. What is this?
That's a photograph of the head stamp of one of the live rounds recovered, unspent rounds recovered.
And what caliber round is this?
It's a 5.56.
And is a 5.56 the same as a 5.56 by 45 millimeter?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Next photograph, please. All right, Agent Looney, this appears to be a map, is that correct?
That's correct.
What does this map show?
It shows the location of McCaskill's construction at the bottom. And then if you follow the line all the way up to the other point, that is the location of where the rifle was recovered in Wells Creek.
And if you don't mind, approach the screen and demonstrate approximately where the shell casings were located and the direction of travel of the defendant.
So I believe this is the fence right here, or this is the fence right here. This is where the vehicles were located, and this is south this way, and that's north. And so when I mentioned a northerly direction, the cartridge cases were located like this, going that way.
Parallel to the fence?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So Agent Looney, based on the diagram, what's the distance from the location of the shooting to where the defendant's weapon was recovered?
Approximately 788 feet.
Next photograph, please. And again, we have a map. Can you describe the map?
Yes, so the map there is at the bottom left-hand side, it's going to be the traffic stop location at McCaskill's construction. And then the other point there that you can see just above that and to the left is the defendant's weapon location, where the weapon was recovered in the creek. And then all the way up at the top right-hand end of the screen, that is the location of the shed that the defendant was taken into custody at.
The final shed?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. And next photograph, please. What does this map describe?
That map there is a photo of McCaskill's construction. And the line there below the white box depicts the distance from the roadway to the location of where the approximate location of where the defendant's vehicle was located at the time of the incident.
Agent, were you able to hear Officer Tiber's testimony yesterday?
I was.
How did he describe what would normally take place when he turns on his blue lights? Like, where would a car normally stop?
I believe he testified that in a general situation in a common situation for a traffic stop, the individual would pull directly off, like to the shoulder of the roadway.
When you say shoulder, you mean this area here?
That's correct, to the right of the white line.
You've been on this highway?
Yes, sir.
Investigation? Is this shoulder, is the width of it safe for a car to pull over on?
It's an average width, yes, sir.
Did the defendant pull over on the shoulder of this highway?
No, sir.
How far into McCaskill's did he go?
It appears approximately 104 feet.
And was there a locked fence at McCaskill's?
Yes, there was.
Pulled near the edge of the locked fence?
Yes, the vehicle was close to the locked fence.
Next photograph, please. And what is this?
That's a photograph of McCaskill's construction. I believe it's a Google.
Obviously, this is a daylight photograph. Is the fence open or closed?
It's open here, but at the time of the incident, it was closed.
I'm going to move this as the state's collective exhibit.
This would be collective exhibit 63.
Does Matt ask how many photographs that is, or do we know? The collective exhibit.
I'm sorry,
How many photographs that was?
I didn't count them. You want to count them? Come on up.
I'll
How many,
wait.
do we know how many photographs there were?
I can count them, Judge. but
I'll wait.
There's video in there as well. So.
I'll wait. I'll withdraw it. I can.
We'll get an accurate count. So Agent Looney, you've already described a couple of sightings, or at least one sighting of the defendant prior to him being arrested. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know about how many sightings there were?
I think 3, including the sighting that I would say ultimately led to his capture.
Okay. Once he was taken into custody, did you have the opportunity to interview him?
I did.
All right. And when did that occur?
That occurred, I think it was around 10 o'clock that morning, the same morning that he was arrested.
So he was arrested at 6:30 to 7 a.m. He was taken into custody.
Yes, sir.
And what happened between the time he was arrested and the time you interviewed him?
So when he was taken into custody, he was checked out by a SWAT medic at the scene, and then he was transported from the scene to the Houston County Sheriff's Office. Upon his arrival at the Sheriff's Office, we had 2 EMS personnel there to give him an additional medical check to make sure that he didn't need medical attention. Once he was cleared from that, he was, I believe he changed into the jail attire that they gave him. We collected his clothing, and then he was provided food and water, and then he was, we left so that he could take, he mentioned he wanted to sleep, and so we left and allowed him to sleep.
And I believe one of the exhibits you have in front of you appears to be some currency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when he was taken into custody, did he have this currency on his person?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you take that currency into evidence?
We did.
And that's what we have today?
That's correct. It's $1,337.
$1,337?
That's correct.
State will move that as next trial exhibit, please.
Exhibit 64.
What do you, before you interview a suspect, what is your traditional approach? What do you do?
I introduce myself. I generally show my badge with the credentials on it, letting them know who I am, explain the reason that I'm there, and then I will advise them of their Miranda rights.
Okay. Did you advise the defendant of his Miranda rights?
I did.
What is a Miranda right?
It's your rights as an individual for when you speak to law enforcement. Do you want me to?
Sure.
I mean, it's the basic. You have the right to remain. Ours is different than what I'm going to state, but it's the general. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to an attorney to be present during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you. Now, like I said, ours reads just a little bit different, but it's the same.
Did you advise the defendant of his rights?
I did.
Did you go over a Miranda warning with the defendant?
I did.
All right. May I approach the witness?
You may.
What is this document?
It's the printed form that we have that has all of the general words that I just read here with a waiver on it and some signature lines.
And you went over the form with him?
I did.
And did he agree to be interviewed?
Yes, I read the form to him and he agreed.
Did he sign the form?
He did. His signature is right here.
And you observed him sign the form?
I did.
You were in the room with him when he signed it?
I was right across the table from him.
And what time, is the time documented?
Yeah, 10:49 a.m.
Move that as the state's next trial exhibit, please.
65.
And Agent Looney, this interview, did you record it?
It was recorded.
All right. And do we have a recording of the interview with us today?
We do.
And Your Honor, our next exhibit will be a playing of the recording, and for your purposes, it's 1 hour and 9 minutes long.
1 hour and how long?
1 hour, 9 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you rather go ahead and go to lunch a little bit early and before we play an hour-long video? That suit everybody? I think what might be the wise thing to do. Let's just go ahead and take a lunch and be back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your patience. As I explained to you that there was some things that needed to be dealt with, you were initially told that there were 5 counts that you were going to have to consider in this case. I'm instructing you now that counts 4 and 5 are being removed from your consideration. You will not make a decision regarding those cases. I have taken them away from your consideration. You don't need to speculate why or what has happened in order to do that. It is my decision to not require you to have to decide those cases. So you will only be considering counts 1, 2, and 3, which are defined for you in your initial instructions and will be defined again for you in the additional instructions. And what you're being handed now is a transcript of the statement of the defendant given to Officer Agent Looney, which I understand they're going to also play the audio video. Is it audio or video? Both?
Audio.
Just audio. All right, Agent Looney, if you'll come back to the stand, please.
I think we concluded your testimony before lunch, and we had moved in the Miranda warning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And yeah, I'll approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Yeah, can you identify this photograph?
Yeah, this is a still shot of the interview that was conducted at the Houston County Sheriff's Office with BJ Brown.
So you have an audio recording of this interview.
That's correct.
This is a still shot?
Yes, sir.
And can you name the folks in the interview room?
It's myself to the left, that's the defendant on the right, and this the individual with the sunglasses on his head, that's Special Agent Jonathan McGowan, also a TBI.
And was he your partner working this case?
He was.
I'll move that photograph as Exhibit 66.
We are at 66. It would be Exhibit 66.
And Agent Looney, you've testified we have a recording and we have a transcript, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so in the transcript, when we see the name McGowan, who is McGowan referring to?
McGowan is Special Agent Jonathan McGowan on the far right here in this video.
And Agent, have you been provided a copy of the transcript to follow along with?
I have.
And Your Honor, at this time, we're gonna play the transcript, or play the audio recording.
Special Agent Taylor Looney, this will be an attempted interview with BJ Brown at the Houston County Sheriff's Office. This is Special Agent Taylor Looney and Special Agent Jonathan McGowan. The time is 10:47 a.m. on Wednesday, June the 29th, 2022. Somebody, give me just a second, okay? You okay? You want me to roll? You want to roll in here? That's okay. Roll right over here. You mind just move that chair? All right, BJ. I'm Special Agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Just going to show you my credentials so you know who I am, okay? I just wanted to talk to you, okay? I'm going to ask you a couple questions, okay? But first, before I talk to you, I got something I'm going to read to you, okay? I apologize, I was going to introduce, this is my partner, Jonathan McGowan, as well. He's also a TBI. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent. You need not answer any questions. If you do answer questions, your answers can be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to consult a lawyer before during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be provided you without cost. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering questions at any time until you talk to a lawyer. And then it's just a waiver I have read or have had read to me my constitutional rights. I understand what my rights are, and I'm willing to make a statement and answer questions without a lawyer being present. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sign, I'll just have you sign, okay?
Did you understand what he read?
You have. Alright, okay. So, did you get you some sleep back there at all?
Not a bit.
Do I?
A little bit.
A little bit. Okay. Well, as soon as we get done here, you'll be able to go right back to sleep, okay? Did you get you some food? Be able to get food? You feeling a little more hydrated now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hey, buddy, I got you a Gatorade, too. If you want that, it may be a little warm. It's been in my truck, but these are for you. So, obviously, we just wanted to talk to you about kind of how we ended up here where we are today. If you're all right with it, can you just talk to me about how you ended up in the woods today? what happened today and what transpired and how you ended up where you were?
I just got pulled over and ran.
Okay. When did you get pulled over?
I think it was Monday night.
Monday night. Okay. Can you talk to me about that? What happened? Where?
I don't know. The cop just pulled me over. I jumped out. I ain't asked no questions. I just jumped out and ran.
Okay. What kind of car were you driving whenever you got pulled over?
A brown car.
A brown?
Hyundai.
A Hyundai? Okay. Was that your car?
Somebody else's car.
Do you know who it was?
I just borrowed it.
Okay. All right. Who'd you borrow it from? Where did you get it from, though? Who'd you borrow it from?
One of my homegirls.
Okay. Is that somebody in Tennessee, or was that somewhere else?
Here, Tennessee.
Okay. All right. Do you remember her name?
Don't call.
Okay.
Are you from Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Where you from?
Yeah.
What part?
Baton Rouge.
Okay, so how did you, if you're from Baton Rouge, how did you end up in, or you're from Louisiana, how did you end up in Tennessee?
Just driving.
Okay. Did you drive up from Louisiana on Monday?
No, Tuesday.
Okay. But you said you got pulled up.
It was, I think it was about 12 o'clock, so I don't know. It might have been.
May have been Monday night, later Monday night?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just thought, I didn't know what time it was.
Okay. All right. Do you know where you are now?
No.
Okay.
Did anybody, when you drove from Louisiana, anybody with you? Anybody with you?
Okay. So you came up from Louisiana, but you, the night you got pulled over, that's the same day that you came up from Louisiana, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, but you're not sure where you are right now, right? So you knew you were coming to Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Where were you trying to get to?
Memphis.
Memphis. Okay.
Drove by Memphis.
Okay.
Hit Burrow. Hit Bowl Walk and all that.
Okay.
I just wanted to be in Memphis and go and check out Young Dolph spot.
Check out what spot?
Young Dolph.
Dolph, the memorial?
Yeah, and all that. Just right. Go and check that out.
Okay. All right. So, well, you're in Aaron, Tennessee. It's Houston County. But what I was curious about is, talk to me about when you got pulled over. Like, were you just driving and?
Just driving. I hit the signal light. I came to a stop sign. Got the GPS on. Hit the stop sign. I guess it must have rerouted me because by the time I had it on, I didn't think. So I busted left. When I busted left, I guess the cop was sitting by the car wash or whatever. The lights on. I just passed him up. I hit the signal light. So the GPS told me to bust a right.
Mm-hmm.
When I bust a right, I just riding a little bit, and he just rolled up on me.
Okay. Do you remember where you pulled over at?
No, I just know it was some woods and rocks.
Okay, so you remember rocks and then woods. So you said that you got out and ran. Talk to me about what happened when you guys got stopped. When you stopped, what happened?
I just jumped out. He told me to get back in. He told me to get back in. I just broke out running.
Okay.
Did you, did the cop, did you ever see him? Was it daytime or night?
It was night.
Okay. About what time?
I told you, I thought it was
You got late at night?
Yeah, it had been about 11, 12. I had been on the road for like 9 hours.
Okay, driving from Louisiana. Okay. So when you got out and you ran, where'd you go? What happened when you?
I almost drowned in the water.
Okay.
And I pulled myself out the water and I just kept running.
So you come to the stop. He tells you to get back in the car. Did you get back in the car?
No, I just broke out running.
Okay, so when he said get out of the car or get back in the car, you just took off running and you ran. And you said you saw woods. Did you run into the woods?
Mm-hmm.
And then how'd you get into the water?
I jumped in the water.
Okay. Was it a creek or
Yeah,
something?
I thought it was a small creek, but it was a big one.
Okay.
How close was that from where you got stopped?
I can't tell you how many miles. Probably about a mile and a half.
Okay. All right. And so you said you pulled yourself out of the water and you just kept running. Well, how long have you been running? How long were you running for?
today, you know, it's days, it's been 3 days.
3 days.
No.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. How did you get to where you were today? Did you have any idea where you were?
I just kept falling in the woods.
You were
shooting the star.
Okay, so you were looking at the start. Were you mainly moving at night? Okay.
This morning I just was tired and hungry.
Yeah.
I was trying to find some food.
Right. Right.
When you were running, you said you were running in the woods. Was there when the officer stopped you, were you scared of something or something happened? What made you run?
I just ran. I really ain't got no driver's license.
Oh, okay.
That's why I really mainly ran.
Okay.
Somebody out of another state but I have a license, so I really didn't know what was gonna happen.
Okay. So you were scared of what was gonna happen?
Yeah, I just ran.
Okay. So, did you yesterday? I've been here since you went on the run after I guess the traffic stop, right? Did you yesterday? Were you in a shed or something somewhere, and somebody said, what happened then? Do you remember? How'd you get in that shed?
No, I just found the shade. I was just tired. My back kept slipping in the woods. So the next house to me had a shade. I just went in the shade.
Okay. Did you change clothes or anything like that?
No.
Hey, when you took off running, those shoes, what shoes did you have on?
Some white shoes, white G-necks.
Okay. You didn't have any other color shoes at all?
No, white G-necks.
Okay.
When you ran, did you have a bag with you or anything with you when you took off running?
No, just my hands.
Okay.
Well, when you took off running, did the officer say anything to you?
Told me to get back in the car.
Okay. Did you know that people were out looking for you over the last 3 days?
Of course, I ran from the cop.
Yeah. Could you hear helicopters and stuff like that? Were you moving when the helicopters were up overhead, or were you
sleeping?
Just sleeping. Were you hiding under anything, anywhere? You just laying in the woods?
Just laying in the woods sleeping.
Okay.
Sleeping. I'm telling you, sleeping.
I can tell you're tired. As soon as you got here, you got in that room and you went straight to sleep. I bet you're tired.
Exhausted.
Yeah.
I really just hungry.
Hungry? Hey, but you got food since you've been here, right? You've been able to eat a little bit?
Not the food that I was, I need sandwiches, a couple of sandwiches.
Okay.
I can't just down oatmeal off of an empty stomach for
Right.
I just need a couple of sandwiches.
Well,
2 or 3 sandwiches out of the street. I really just been looking for a tree or something. I need some fruits. Something.
Some fruits?
When I came out, that's why I came out. I was hungry.
Just hungry.
I was past hungry.
Okay.
Past hungry.
Okay. Well.
Past hungry, thirsty.
Yeah. It's hard stuff being in the woods for a couple of days.
I was past hungry, thirsty.
Yeah.
While you were in the woods, did you ever see or hear what you thought be police or something coming getting close to you?
I know in the woods, cops not coming in the woods, so I know it just was squirrels. I had that to worry about. That's what I saw. Yeah, I seen a lot of squirrels.
Well, what happened? Did they almost get you when you were in that shed? Law enforcement?
Yeah.
Did they startle you, or did you know they were coming?
No, I had ran up on a neighbor. He shot at me twice. Well, whoever he was, a guy. I just was going to ask him for the phone or ask him for something to eat.
Or was that in the morning time?
Yeah, he pulled out his rifle and shot at me twice.
Really?
Yeah. Tall white man.
Okay. I'm assuming you ran.
No, I just was walking up the little street to go up to this thing. And when I looked, he was sitting in the grasses like this, all black on with a cap.
Okay.
And he asked me what's my name. I told him my name. He's like, stay right there. And he said, I'm about to call the cops. I said, call them. He said, I'm about to call the cops. I just, all right. Can I just get something to eat before you call the cops?
Right.
As soon as I walk up to him, he shot at me twice.
Okay.
So I broke out running.
Okay.
If he had never shot at me, I'd have stayed right there with him. I was hungry.
Yeah.
He shot at me twice, so I broke out running.
Okay.
Why are you shooting at me? I just broke out. When I broke out, and when I came down the hill, jumped up on the hill, climbed myself to the top. I found the shed.
So that's when you found the shed. Did you cross the main highway and then go up there, and that's when you found the shed?
I found the shed.
And then was it locked or anything?
No, it was open.
Okay. Did you change clothes when you got in there, or shoes or anything?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Same clothes I got on.
Okay.
That gray and black hood. Same everything until I run it, I still had on.
Okay. And what happened when the officers got there?
And I just jumped out on them.
You jumped out on them?
Well, no, I jumped out. I just told them shoot me.
Well, why did you want them to shoot you? I went earlier when they took you into custody, you were saying the same thing. I was just wanting to know, why were you saying that? Why do you want them to shoot you?
I just ready to die.
Did something happen that makes you feel like that, or?
I just was under a lot of stress and that's why I took off.
Okay.
A lot of stress and just was ready.
Okay. Is it things that have gone on in your life that what's your stress over?
Just a lot.
Okay.
Just a stress, a lot of it.
Did you take anything with you when you ran from the car, from the officer, on the traffic stop? You had some money on you, did?
Yeah, $1,400.
Okay. What about your wallet or your ID? You don't have a wallet, you don't have an ID or anything? Okay.
Well, I had that, I'd have been stopped at the hotel.
Okay.
Took a nap and got in the room, down the road.
Okay. How long had you been up whenever that you got stopped by the police?
These almost 48 hours.
48 hours. So you had been up for 2 days before you even got stopped by the cop and you ran.
I was tired.
Okay.
Plus these 3 days that I've been up.
Yeah. So you hadn't slept much in the last 3 days?
Yeah.
5 total days. Okay. Well.
Because I came out the morning, I was like,
you're ready.
Already eating.
Yeah.
What
were you gonna do? Were you gonna break in a house and get food, or just ask somebody for food, or?
I really basically just walk into the store.
Okay.
I ain't caught the main road. I was walking to the store.
That main road, you were gonna just come down it?
Yeah,
had you been following that main road, or?
I tell you, I found the shooting stuff.
Okay.
In the daytime, I was hungry. I was hungry.
Were you just hunkering down during the day, or were you moving during the day too?
I just slept
all day.
Sleep. I just was laying in the woods.
How could you see at night to move?
Shoot stuff. And picked it up. I just following the stars.
Okay.
I kept following the stars. Wherever I went, it was an open spot. I just was looking up.
Okay.
Following the star. Wherever the star was going, I was going.
Yeah.
I really was hungry. That's the only way I came out.
Well, I know you said you wanted some sandwiches, and you're being straight, you're talking to us and everything, you're being cooperative. When we finish up here, I'll run and get you some sandwiches, okay? I will. I'll talk, if they don't have any back there that they can make for you, I'll run up to the store and I'll get you something, okay?
That's the only way I came out. If I wasn't hungry, I would never came out.
Yeah.
I was like,
why were you never gonna come out? Like, let's say you had food, why would you not have ever come out?
I just would have been in there, just laying up, chilling, watching the stars. Like, my stomach it was on my back.
Yeah.
It was on my back. I just had to suck it up and go get something to eat.
Yeah.
And I really wasn't even trying to everybody. I just really told you, like, find a garden or something, just eat some fruits or something, just like a little taste. I just needed a taste. I needed a taste of food. I couldn't go to home. I needed a taste of food.
Hey, a minute ago before I started, I wanted to verify something with you. Can you verify what's your date of birth, bud?
12/11/89.
Okay, what's your social?
I really don't know it too much. Okay. I just be everything on my card.
Okay, you have like a social security card?
But I don't know it.
You don't know it? What's a good phone number for you? Or what was the phone number that you were using?
985-210-5550.
985-210-5550. 5550. Okay. All right. So listen, man. I'm gonna be straight with you, okay? Like I said, I've been here since the very beginning. I've been out to the scene, okay? I worked the scene out there where you ran from the officer, okay? So I know that there was other things that transpired prior to you running or while you were running away. Okay. So can you just be straight with me and tell me when you got out of that car, I know that he ordered you to get back in the car. Okay. And I know something else transpired before or during the time that you were taking off running.
Yeah, what happened?
And then here's the thing, we're not,
Yeah.
but listen to me, we're not looking at you any type of way for something that happened.
Pulled over.
Yeah, but here, you got pulled over, right? And the officer told you to get out of the car. But something happened in that point, because you gotta understand, even though it's a small town or, there's a lot of woods, there's cameras and stuff out here. So that's what we're trying to figure out is, if you just be honest with us about what happened when you got out of the car.
Tell you, when I got out the car, he told me to get back in. And when he got out, I guess he didn't know, and I got stood back out. I really was just asking why he stopped me. That's why I got out.
Right.
But I really wasn't even doing that. I was driving so slow. So I was like,
right.
God pulled me over. He didn't want to pull me over. I was like sideways, but he told me to go in.
So you got out and you were asking him why he pulled me over?
I would call asking, but he hurry up and asked me to get back in because I was wondering why I got stopped.
And so then you got back in the car?
Then I got back in the car.
Okay.
And then I got back out. When I got back out, I just broke.
Well, what happened while you broke? What happened while you broke? When you broke, you got back out and you broke. What happened when you broke?
He was coming to the car, walking up to the car.
So when you got out the car and the officer, did you know it was a police officer?
He had the lights on me.
Okay. So you saw the blue lights and you knew that it was a cop or a marked police officer that had pulled you over. Okay. So.
Do you have anything in your hands?
Sure.
So police officers today, they have dash cameras, body cameras, and the business that you're stopped at has surveillance cameras, okay? That's all I'm telling you, man. It's no point in going around and around. We're just trying to get the truth and get you, get you back out of here. So we know what happened. You know what happened. We just need to talk about it and get past it and get through it, and then.
All right, so you tell me what happened. You say you know.
Well, I'm asking you. I want look, and the reason I want your side of what happened is because I want to understand why what happened. Right? I want to understand why it happened like that.
Yeah. You say you don't tell me.
I want you to tell me. I want to hear you tell me what we all already know. I want you to tell me why what happened.
What happened? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Tell me what happened.
When you got out of the car and you said you ran away, did you hear anything while you were running away?
The helicopter was coming and more cops was coming.
So you said you had a weapon in your hands by chance? Okay, so listen to me. Like, I think you're a pretty smart guy. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Absolutely. But like we're telling you is that we just didn't show up out of nowhere, right? We've been doing this for quite a while. We've been here for a couple of days. So this is 2022, right? So there's video cameras on cars. So what we're saying is we've looked at that, right? And so far everything you've told us is right, but except when you get out of the car, some other stuff happens that you're leaving out.
I know you're not familiar with Tennessee, right? But the way we're with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, we're a state investigative agency, right? We work the most serious cases in Tennessee, right? We're requested to come in and work those cases, but we don't just come out and work every case that involves an individual that bolts and runs out of a vehicle, right? If that was what happened, we wouldn't even be here.
Yes, sir.
So, when you got out of the car, what did you have in your hand when you got out of the car?
Nothing.
You had nothing in your hand. You didn't have a gun in your hand when you got out of the car.
Yes, sir. He had a gun.
Okay, tell me about that.
He had a gun. He had a gun when he said get back in the car. He had a gun.
Okay.
Do you expect, where you're from, the police officers carry guns?
Yeah, he's a cop. We carry guns.
Did you said he had a gun? Did he have the gun? Was he pointing his gun at you when he ordered you back in the
I
car?
didn't see. I just know one thing when I stopped. Waited for a minute. He jumped out. He said, get back in the car. I got back in the car. I said, sit back in.
But you said he had a gun. How did you, I mean, you just assumed he had a gun because he's a cop?
Because he's a cop.
Okay.
And plus I didn't know where I was.
Okay, you're lost, scared. But you never had a gun. And you never shot a gun at the officer. Okay. The two times I've asked you that, every time you're looking me directly in the eye through this entire thing, but as soon as I asked you to get out of the car with a gun, you just did it again. Every time you're looking
straight at you.
Okay, buddy, I'm just telling you that we do interviews all the time. We get lied to for a living, right? Certain indicators people do when I know they're not being truthful with me, okay? I'm telling you, I've seen the video of the traffic stop. I know you got out of that car, and I know you fired a gun at that officer, okay? I know you did. I know that officer was shot and transported to the hospital, okay?
So we already know that.
We know that. So that's irrelevant at that point, okay? At this point, we know what happened. So that's why I'm trying to give you the opportunity, but tell me why that happened. Help me to understand. Why did that happen?
Because I was scared. And it was dark, black man,
But
white cop.
Okay.
Scared.
So you were scared of him because he's a white cop and that you were a black man?
Getting pulled over on a rocky road.
Somewhere you don't know?
Don't know nothing.
But why would you get out and shoot at him? I mean, were you scared he would,
I didn't know what was going to happen.
So he pulled you over. And just because he pulled you over, you got out and shot at him?
Fainted.
Huh?
Fainted.
Fainted?
Fainted.
Oh, you fainted. You lost consciousness?
I was already tired.
Did you see the officer was a white cop?
Mm-hmm.
So if it was a black cop, would you have done the same thing?
Yeah. I was scared.
Okay. Do you remember how many times you shot at him?
No, sir.
Okay. Did he ever shoot at you?
Mm-hmm.
You did, you saw him? Where was he at when he shot at you?
I had been from the door of the car.
From the door of his car. Was that where he was when you were shooting at him, or was he outside of the car?
I couldn't really tell.
So you just got out, you couldn't really tell, and you were just scared, and you were shooting at him while you were running towards the woods?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you get the gun that you had during that incident? I mean, I can tell what it was. I saw the cartridge case. It was a rifle, right? Yeah. Where did you get the gun from?
Streets.
Okay. Was it, well, and two, what I mean by that was, where was the gun in the car before you got out with it? In the back seat. So when he told you to get back in the car and you got back in, did you just reach back there and grab it and then get out? Okay. Scared.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you have the gun? Did you have it when you left from down in Louisiana?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you pick it up on the way somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you stop and get it?
Baton Rouge.
Okay.
I was going to Memphis. I know there's a lot of shooting, so I just wanted to have protection.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah. You remember who you got it from?
No.
How much did you pay for it?
I was like $500.
$500. You remember what kind of rifle it was?
No.
Was it a full-size rifle?
Yes, sir.
Did it have an optic on it or anything, like a red dot or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay.
Did it when you said you bought the gun on your way to Memphis, right?
No, I got it from my house.
From your house?
Yeah.
Where's your house at?
I told you Baton Rouge.
You live in Baton Rouge?
Yeah.
Okay.
So is it that you just got, or you've had it for a while? You just
Had it for a while.
okay. Is it yours? Did you like buy it?
I brought it off the streets.
So you bought the gun off the streets, but you've had it for a while and you brought it up from Baton Rouge?
Right.
Okay.
Because you were going to Memphis?
Is that right?
Is there something?
Sure, going on in Memphis.
Yeah, right. No, I'm not gonna argue that.
Yeah,
And the streets are,
Yeah, I just was.
I would think that Baton Rouge streets are pretty bad, or Louisiana streets are pretty tough too, but you're right about Memphis streets. It's dangerous.
Mhm.
But, okay, so you get out, you shoot at the officer because you're scared. He returns, he shoots back at you. You're running. I'm assuming you went into the woods like you said, and then you ended up in a creek. Where's the gun at?
I don't know.
Did you drop it
Yeah, I was running.
while you were running away? Well, all I'm saying is, did you drop the gun right after the shooting, or did you have it for a while?
I had it for a while.
Okay.
Did you drop it in the? Because I know you said at some point you were running and fell in the water. You dropped it in the water.
I didn't fall in the water. I just went around the water, and I seen the water was creek, so I just went on the other side and went up the hill.
But you said you jumped in it and it was deeper than what you
I
thought.
did it right there. Like, you know how you see the road, the grass, rocks, rocks through the water. So I just slid down. I really not jumped up, but slid down into the water. I got the water was getting deep. I just went around.
Right. Okay. Did you have you said you've been out there for about 3 days, right? And I know that yesterday when you were in the shed and the officer, you ran from the officers then, I was told you didn't have the gun with you then. Had you gotten rid of it before then?
Yeah, in the woods.
In the wood. You just left it in the woods? Do you know where you left it? You remember?
No, just somewhere. I don't know where I'm at.
Okay.
Hey guys, so you say you just left it in the woods. Did you cover it up or anything?
No, it's just in the woods.
It's just laying in the woods somewhere.
Because here, what I'll tell you about this area, I know you're not from here, right? But there's a lot of little kids and things like that run.
It's just in the woods.
Well, we need to try to figure out kind of where, so we don't want a little kid picking it up or.
I don't know where I'm at.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm at.
Why did you drop the gun?
I don't need it anymore. I didn't need it to shoot at the cop. I don't know why he pulled me over. That's why I was so suspect. Like, why he put me over?
Okay.
Like, I wasn't doing nothing. I just was creeping, like, slow.
Right.
Just riding slow. And if you check the traffic camera from his car, I just was driving slow. When he put me over, I was driving slow.
Yeah. So were you?
That was the way he told me to turn in. I was right on side of the road. Why you want me to turn in?
Okay, so you initially pulled over on the side of the road and he asked you to pull into that gravel lot?
Yeah, so that's what made me turn in.
Okay.
He got on the mic.
Okay, all right. And so when you got out and you shot at him, had he shot at you first?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
You seen the camera?
So you're saying that as soon as you got out of the car,
No, the second time when I got back out.
Yeah, right. The second time when you got out of the car, you had the gun in your hand though, when you got out of the car.
To show him that I had a weapon. When he fired, I was just gonna give him the weapon. I didn't want to run water from the car, but I just showed him the weapon.
How long after you get out of the car, right? And show me how when you got out of the car.
I had it down. I
Okay.
pointed her on the ground. I
Okay.
just walked into him.
And then what happened?
He fired and I fired back.
Okay. Where did you go when you fired back?
In the woods.
Okay.
Well, right before the woods, from rocks, I slid on the water, come on outside. You say you seen the camera? You see. I was walking to the car.
Okay. All right. So what you're saying is you fired because you were fired at, and that's why you ran.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you tell me that at the beginning of this interview?
I'm a black man.
Look, dude, I don't care about that. This is my partner. This is one of my best friends. I don't care about that.
I don't know where I'm
You're a
at.
black man. I'm a white man. I don't see color.
I don't know where I'm at. I don't know where I'm at. I don't have no help, no nothing.
Right.
I'm just telling you how it went.
Have you ever pulled over before?
No.
So this is the first time in your whole
Yes.
life you've been pulled
Well,
over?
no, I've been pulled over, but not like this at night. With no cop out of state. Black man, white man. There's a lot of shit going on in Tennessee and Memphis and all that. I don't know how I wound up with here. I'm supposed to be going to Memphis. But my phone went dead, so I just followed the road till I got to the store.
So you said you had a GPS,
Yes,
you were
my
using your phone?
Yeah, but my phone had went dead because for the charge, I had no charge in the car.
Okay. So when I was out there, which phone is it that you were using that went dead on
The black phone.
Is it?
No, it's not the track phone.
you? It's a smartphone.
It's a smartphone.
Okay, like a cloud systems phone.
It's like look like an iPhone, but it's not an iPhone.
Yeah.
Smartphone kind of.
Okay. Is that the number that you gave me that goes to that phone? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Why you found it?
Well, I work the scene. I'm just telling you. You mentioned it. There's a track phone, and then I saw a smartphone. So that's
Yeah.
where'd you get the track phone at?
The dollar store.
Here in town?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What did you buy?
Because I couldn't find that charger for my phone was a special charger.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
It's not a regular hose, it's a big
Right.
hose.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So when I got the track phone, kind of like, damn, this phone better go dead.
Yeah.
Just get a track phone. I'm trying to find a Walmart. I was like, let's just get a quick little phone I could just put on and just have.
Right.
I really was trying to find a Walmart or a Boost. I went into, what that is? C-Spire. I don't know what part. I went to C-Spire, some store called C-Spire.
Okay.
I left the dollar store, the woman like they got a store over there called C-Spire.
Okay.
Were you going in there to buy a phone?
Yeah, I was going to buy a phone.
Did they not have phones when you went in there?
No, she told me that cheapest phone was $500.
Oh my goodness.
The plan and the phone.
Yeah.
She told me $500.
You were just needing a cheap phone until you got a charger for your other phone?
Because it was about to get dark. I was like, damn, it's after 8 o'clock. I know it's dollar stores. I don't know what time dollar stores close here.
Okay.
Let me just buy a phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was that in this area?
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. When you stopped at the dollar store, how long after that, how far did you drive before you got pulled over? Was it still in the same town, same little area?
Probably about 3 hours later.
Okay. So you had the track phone for a couple hours.
Yeah, like 3 hours later.
Okay. Do you remember what road you came up from Louisiana?
No, the only thing I know.
Were you on the interstate?
I just know I hit 55.
55. Did you pull off somewhere off of 55 to a dollar store and buy the phone? Was that off the interstate?
I can't really tell. I just was looking at each exit. I seen one say, like,
looking for a Walmart or a Boost
like
or something like that?
Yeah, like a business.
Yeah.
And that's when I pull over. So
Okay.
I can't really tell.
Okay. All right.
I had been on the road for like hours.
Okay.
Did you stop anywhere for gas anywhere on your way? Did you go through Mississippi, anything like that?
No.
Okay. When the shooting happened, did you know that you hit the officer?
I was shooting at him.
Okay. Where were you shooting at?
The ground.
Okay.
When you were shooting, what were you trying to do?
Just scare him off.
Okay. Did it seem to work?
I don't know.
Okay. Who all do you know here in Tennessee? You ever lived in Tennessee?
No.
Never lived in Tennessee, this area, Dixon, Clarksville, Springfield? Okay. You have any family here?
No.
Well, I talked to somebody yesterday that said you had was a family member of yours.
Who?
A cousin of yours out of Dixon.
Dixon. I'm not a cousin of Dixon.
He said he hadn't talked to you in a long time, 10 years or so.
I'm not a cousin of Dixon. Who?
Um,
How you gonna tell you he talked to me?
I don't know. He called us and he said that he had talked to you. I don't know. That's what I was saying.
What's his name? Is he lying?
Huh?
Cause he lying.
Okay. You don't have any family here. All families and.
He lying.
Okay.
So, when's the last time you talked to anybody in your family?
Nobody even know I was gone.
That's what I was asking. Is there
Nobody know. Everybody still thinks you're in Louisiana.
Yeah, nobody know I left.
Okay. All right.
We just didn't know if there's people there looking for you.
How can he, what y'all put my face on the news? How can he just, he lying?
Donovan Pittman?
No, he lying.
Okay. All right. You don't know anybody in Springfield?
Ooh.
Okay. Well, your phone was texting somebody in Springfield.
I was texting somebody in Springfield. About what?
I honestly, being truthful with you, I don't know. I just know that that your phone had been sending text messages to another phone, somebody in Springfield, Tennessee. Okay. That's a mistake, I guess.
My phone sending text to somebody in Springfield?
When you got to Memphis, was there anybody you were gonna go see?
Well, I just told you I'm going to see Dolphin.
Oh, so do you know any of those people? Or
I just was going out there.
Okay, you just want to see the area where he was. You a big fan of Dolph?
A real big fan.
Yeah. So when he got killed, that kind of messed you up.
I just want to come right up here and see.
Like pay your respects or something like that. I got
you. I read through my pass on the cookie spot.
Oh, the spot where you got killed.
Yeah, take a couple pictures.
Yeah, I got you. So that was the purpose of your trip, really. You didn't have anybody you want to take with you?
No, sir.
It's a long drive to try to drive by yourself.
I drive by myself.
I got you.
Sorry, buddy. Give me just a second.
Is there anybody we can call for you? Just let them know that you're all right. Like you got you. I don't know if you're family or.
I just asked them, can I go in the back? To the population, I'm hungry.
Okay.
It's almost lunchtime here in a second.
Yeah, look, man, I'm gonna get you some better food. If they'll let me, I'll talk to the jail. If they will allow me to, I'll go get you like a chicken sandwich or something better.
Sure.
But if you'll just bear with me. I mean, if you go back there, they're gonna give you some grits and some cornbread probably, or something like that. But anyway, so
I'm gonna pick my line.
Do what?
I'm gonna pick my line.
Okay. What about your? And I was just telling you that because people were concerned about you. I even got a call from your pastor and attorney that you know.
Mr. Joe?
Mr. Joe, he called me last night and he was very concerned about you. He's like, this isn't BJ. I know BJ. He's never done anything like this. I'm really worried about him. If you get him a phone, let me talk to him. I'm concerned about him. I just want him to be okay. You know, we were all concerned. I just want, earlier today when you were like, I just want to die. Nobody wanted that for you, man. Nobody wanted that for you.
I wanted y'all to shoot me so bad.
You tried to what?
I wanted y'all to shoot me so bad.
You wanted to try to shoot yourself?
No, I wanted y'all to shoot me. Just shoot me in my head.
You wanted them to shoot you?
Yeah, that's what I told the last cops.
At the shed when you were running? Well, why did you keep running? Why didn't you just stop?
I was running till they shoot me. I wanted them to shoot me.
Well, they're not just, cops aren't just gonna shoot you, man.
That's what y'all always do.
They're not just gonna shoot at you, man, just for running.
That's what I wanted them to do.
Well, you see that didn't happen, though.
No, that would piss me off to keep running.
Do what?
That would piss me off to keep running.
That would piss them off if you keep
running? That would piss me off to keep running.
Oh, if you were chasing somebody and they kept running?
That would piss me off to continue.
That's what pissed you off. That's why you kept running.
Yes.
Okay.
Because they want to shoot me.
So your goal was you wanted them to shoot you?
Yes.
But since that didn't happen, that pissed you off?
Yeah.
Did you just want them to shoot you in the leg so they could catch you?
No, shoot me in my head.
Okay. Were you trying to get the officer at the gravel place to shoot you?
Mm-hmm. I thought he was.
Did you want him? Or okay.
No, when he jumped out the gun, I thought he was gonna shoot me. Then after the shooting, he's like, he's kind of died now.
Okay. Why? When you say he jumped out with a gun, was that right when he pulled you over? When did you see a gun?
When I got out I guess the way I jumped out.
But he didn't have it drawn from his holster, right? I mean, you said earlier you knew he had a gun because he's a police officer, but you never saw him point the gun at you or anything like that, right?
When I got out the second time,
Okay, that's when.
I guess when he seen the door open back up again.
Okay.
Cause see, when I got out the first time, he just haven't got back in. I told him to get back in.
Okay.
So I got back in.
Okay.
Then when I
But
got
you
back
had already reached back and grabbed the gun.
I was gonna show him the gun.
Okay.
I was gonna show him that I had a weapon in the car before he even tried to just walk up on the car and see a weapon and just go shoot at me in the car.
Right.
So I was like, let me just show him I got a weapon.
Okay.
So it just could go just easy.
Right. Right.
That's how that went. Exactly how that went.
Okay. All right. How many, did you just have one magazine in the gun? You know what I'm talking about, like what the clip where the ammo's at? Did you just have one clip?
Mm-hmm.
Was it, how many, do you remember, did you load the clip?
No.
You don't know how many rounds were in it?
No, sir.
Okay. Had you ever shot that gun before?
No, sir.
Did you ever buy any rounds for it before? It was, so when you bought it off the street, that's the same way. You haven't shot it ever before, same way as since you bought it.
That's right. That was my first time shooting.
Did you buy, when you bought
That
it?
was the first time you ever shot that gun, was out here.
When you bought it off the street, was that this year? Or was it, I know you said you had it for a while.
About 4 years ago.
4 years ago?
Has anybody else ever seen the gun?
Can you describe it? Is it like, what color was it?
Black. All guns black.
Okay. And you said it's a full size, like have a long barrel on it? Like short barrel on it? Did it have one of those stocks on it, like you could push the button and move the stock up and forward and backwards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you said it didn't have any kind of sight on the top of it? Okay. It's just flat all the way on the top?
Yes, sir.
You had any, I'm just asking because I don't know, you had any military training or anything like that?
Sure. Never been in the military, never. I don't play with guns. I don't play with guns at all. I hate guns.
Well,
I just had it to ride up here.
For protection?
That's why I was in Memphis. That's it. I hate guns. I don't play with guns. I hate guns.
Was it let me ask you this, 'cause I know you said you were trying to go to Dolph, see the Dolph memorials up there.
Yeah, but I know they said when you go see Dolph Memory, people shoot at you.
Okay.
So is that the reason why you brought the gun with you?
Yes. They said you just can't go up there like that.
It makes sense. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, they said you can't just go up there like that.
Yeah.
They said you have to go in the enemies.
Right.
You just can't go up there like that. So it was the weekend. I really wanted to do it like this. Go on a Monday, come back Thursday, and I'll still be home on the weekend.
Where were you going to stay at when you got there?
I told you I had no idea. Then I'm trying to get a hotel, so I just really just gonna sleep in the car.
Okay. Is that your car?
Mm-hmm.
It is your car?
No, it's my car. It's in somebody else's name.
Okay, all right. Is it a girlfriend or acquaintance, ex-girlfriend? What was her name?
Corner Woods.
Okay, yeah, okay. I was just verifying because I saw the paperwork that was in the car. I saw it.
There's all the paperwork in the car.
How long had you had the car?
Since January 17.
17. All right. Hey, let me ask you this. Like I said, I've seen everything in the car, right? So those pills that were in the center thing underneath the stereo in front of the gear shift, for safety reasons, I just need to know, what was that? I just need to know because...
Trains.
It was what?
Trains, tramadols.
Tramadols? Okay. I just want to make sure it's not fentanyl, right? And there's no fentanyl because people have to deal with that. I don't want anybody to get exposed and fall out and overdose, accidentally. Okay. All right. Is there anything else other than those pills and the weed and the door? Is there anything else in there that they need to be aware of that's going to hurt them, stick them, poke them, or anything like that if they was in there?
That's right.
Okay. So, I just want to go back to one more thing about how you got up here or the reason and more about how you got up here before Monday night at 9, right? You said you were coming up here to see Dolph, and you may have been doing that, but what happened in Louisiana earlier Monday morning?
Was there something that happened that that made you want to go see Dolph quicker, or
No,
you running from anything?
No, I'm not running from nothing.
You got it.
So refresh it. So you have to help me, man. Like I say, I'm as lost in Louisiana as you are in Tennessee, right? So where's LaPlace at in Louisiana?
LaPlace, that's in
LaPlace, okay.
That's in the country.
In the country? Okay, where is LaPlace in relation to New Orleans?
Like 45 minutes to an hour.
45 minutes to an hour, okay. Did you ever go to New Orleans on Monday?
No.
Okay.
In Metairie, Monday morning.
Oh, you're in Metairie.
All day?
Yeah, Monday
What
morning.
time did you leave Metairie to come to Tennessee? Is that where you left to come to Tennessee?
Yeah, I left Metairie like, had to be like 10:45, 11 o'clock. I left Metairie.
Okay. Where were you at before Metairie?
In Metairie. Like in Metairie.
Do you live in Metairie?
Mm-hmm.
What's your address in Metairie?
5550 Clearview Drive.
Fairview Drive?
Clearview.
Clearview.
Does anybody else gonna live there with you?
I just got this apartment.
Is it an apartment number?
Mm-hmm.
Is 5550 an apartment, or is it a different number?
It's just the address. The apartment number is D.
D. Okay. So you never went, so you woke up in Metairie at your apartment. You never went to New Orleans before you, and when did you go to Baton Rouge? You said you went to Baton Rouge before.
I went to Baton Rouge that's the way the GPS took me. I was coming through Metairie and all that. I guess whatever exit I must have passed up.
Okay.
They just rerouted me all the way to Baton Rouge. Then they took me from Baton Rouge to Hammond.
Okay.
Went from Hammond, I come back out through Hammond.
Okay. What time did you wake up Monday morning in Metairie? You said you left.
I get up in the morning for about 7, 8, go get me some breakfast.
Okay.
I want breakfast every morning.
Where'd you get breakfast at?
I didn't get it that morning, but I just got up. I was on the way to go get breakfast, but I was so busy just moving around, trying to get me some clothes, trying to go to Dolph, trying to just push out.
What clothes were you wearing when you were in Metairie and you were going around Monday?
White t-shirt, blue jeans, and some white G-Nikes.
Okay. And when you say white G-Nikes, what is that?
Nikes.
Nikes. But you're saying,
Lowe's.
do what?
Lowe's. You know what Lowe's is?
Yeah, low.
He got.
Low cut.
Yeah,
I'm not
Lowe's.
a shoe guy at all. I'm
That's
as illiterate as it comes when we talk about shoes. But this dude, I bet he knows shoes.
Low top.
Low top.
White Nike.
G-Nikes.
Are they?
Gangster Nikes.
Okay. So not like Jordans or anything like that?
And are you saying they're white?
White G-Nikes.
Okay. You own
You're
any
talking
other?
about like Forces, like Air Forces?
Forces, G-Nikes, Gangster
Okay, I
Nikes.
got you.
Gangster Nikes, G-Nikes.
Do you have any other shoes?
That's it.
You don't own any other Air Forces that are any other colors?
No, sir. White G-Nikes. White G-Nikes.
No, yeah, I got it. When you were did you ever go to New Orleans on Monday?
No.
Said no.
No.
Did you ever let anybody borrow your car on Monday?
You're fresh.
Well, you say you got up about 7
Yeah.
in Metairie. Then you say you left to go get some clothes and run around to get
All the
ready.
stores was closed.
Okay.
I
They
was
were
trying to
closed.
I'm trying to get some clothes from the store. So I'm
Okay.
like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna just blast. I got some couple hundreds on me. I'm gonna just blast. And all I was needed about 2 outfits.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rock them the whole time.
Right.
Did you?
What the outfit I left with, another outfit, the white jeans. I was gonna think about buying the top and bottom fit, and with the white socks. And,
I saw the outfit in the passenger seat of the car, the gray sweatpants, and I think it was a gray sweatshirt maybe or something. I know I saw some sweatpants in there and maybe a hoodie or another hoodie or something. Did you buy those on Monday morning?
No.
Was that one of your outfits though that you were gonna take up there? Okay. So did you have?
That's been in my car already though.
Oh, okay.
That's been in my car. I had to wash that.
Okay. All right. Did you have a pair of shoes that went with that outfit? Okay. Do you own any other kind of Air Force shoes? Any other G Nikes?
Yeah, my house, I got all kinds of shoes.
Do you? You got a lot?
I got a lot of shoes in my house.
Okay. You own any orange ones? You sure?
Sure.
Okay. Did you ever come to Tennessee with a pair of orange shoes? No. Because here's why I asked. In the shed, right? I had to go out to the shed after you took off running. There's a pair of orange G9 Air Forces sitting right there that were soaking wet. I mean, right at the door, right?
Yes, sir.
But those were yours, right? Because after that, you're running barefoot, right? So, I mean, it didn't take a rocket scientist.
I've been running barefooted.
But here's the thing. I mean, we're just asking, did you have a pair of orange shoes?
No, I've been running barefooted. I've been running barefooted since the man shot up in the woods.
So you got out of that car barefoot, and you've been running barefoot for 3 days.
Why you think they swore?
I agree. But I know your feet could get swole just from running barefoot yesterday.
No, I've been running for days.
Okay. What size shoe do you wear?
8.
Okay. Are all your shoes size 8?
8, some of them 8.5.
Okay, you don't wear any 10s?
No, sir.
10 and a halves?
No.
Okay.
That's too big for my feet.
Okay.
Way too big.
Could there have been some, you said you got the car, you said it was your homegirl's car? Was there any shoes in the car when you got in there?
I got all kind of clothes in the backseat.
Okay.
All kind of clothes. They got slippers, they got all kind.
Yeah. What about those little swords, the toy swords in the backseat? Where'd those come from?
And then I got that out the trunk. Because I finally go clean the trunk out.
Okay.
And I finally cleaned the trunk out. I'm like, damn, they got shit all in here.
Where'd y'all buy that car from? Where'd y'all get that car from?
Slidell.
Slidell. Is that like an auction place or is it? Okay. Yeah, how much y'all pay for it?
I paid $2,000 for it.
So you paid for it, but Miss
I
Woods,
didn't have an ID.
I'm with you. So Miss Woods put it in her name.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Where'd you get the money at that you took? Did you say you had $1,400 cash on you whenever you came up here? Is that what you left Metairie with when you came up here? Okay. All right. You didn't get to spend any money between? Okay.
Gas.
Okay.
Every time it was getting under half, I put a little in that 20.
Yeah.
20
Okay.
keep it Florida. Because they said, the farther I get into Tennessee, the gas is going up.
Yes. Yeah. Dude, that's true. Where? Go ahead.
Did you use a card or just cash everywhere?
Cash.
Do you buy that phone with cash?
Cash.
Okay. What about, when was the last time you filled up with gas before you got pulled over? Because there's a lot of gas in the car when I saw it.
I just kept
I mean, it was like,
full.
almost, yeah, it was almost full.
So
So,
I'm up for it, so it's like, 50 miles out, 60 miles out.
okay.
I was out about 50, 60 miles.
Did you just pull off at a gas station off the interstate?
Yeah.
Or were you in the country or
Circle K.
a Circle K?
What's the next one? Okay, Circle K.
Was that off of 55?
I just ride. I can't really tell you, but I know it's a Circle K.
Okay,
I told you I just was watching for exits.
gotcha. But you were on the interstate, right? I mean, if you're looking for exits, you're gonna be on the interstate, right?
Yeah, so I don't know.
Okay,
I can't really tell you. I know I was just off the interstate.
okay.
I stopped at Circle K. That's the last time I put 25. It didn't fill up. I can't put 15 more.
Okay.
25 and it didn't fill up.
Okay. Okay, so you put 40 total in there.
Yes, sir. $40.
But in 2
I really
transactions?
just was trying to keep my money, like keep a lot of gas.
Yeah.
So I could have less money because that's all I had.
Right. All right, so look, describe that gun for me one more time, the gun that you had up here. The black gun, you saw a picture of it, would you remember it?
Yeah.
Are you sure? So tell me one more time where you thought you left it. About, like what, you may not know exactly where you dropped it.
It's in the woods, man.
In the water?
In the woods.
Okay. When you jumped in the water, did you
Oh, I had it up high in the sky. In the woods.
Like over your head?
Yeah.
Okay.
So did you have the gun this morning?
No.
Because you said you didn't even have it whenever, yesterday morning, whenever they chased you out of that shed?
I didn't have it.
Okay.
When you lost it, did you try to go back and get it?
Oh, I just kept running.
So why, after you get here and the officer pulls you over, you get out the second time, what was your reasoning for getting out on it, for real? For jumping out on it like that?
I wanted him to shoot me.
Okay. You wanted to do suicide by cop? Okay. So he never pulled a gun on you, he didn't shoot at you first?
Yeah, he shot first.
He shot at you first?
Because he seen me with the gun.
Okay.
He shot first.
Did you point the gun at him before he shot though? So you weren't trying to give him the gun, you weren't trying to show him the gun, you just wanted him to shoot you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want him just to see the gun.
Okay.
And then he see the gun, he's gonna shoot me.
Okay.
Can I go lay down now? You got what you wanted. Let me go lay down.
Hey, one more thing,
I got what you wanted. Let me go lay down.
Can I just ask you,
You got what you want. Can I go lay down? You got what you want.
It's not related to this, it's something else, okay?
Can I go lay down?
What happened to your neck right here?
I'm trying to kill myself. Can I go lay down?
When did you try to kill yourself?
Because I don't want to be here.
Alright, that's all.
Hold on. You just need to know that so we can make sure you take care of you, okay?
Stay right here.
Got what you want.
Okay.
Hey, you want to take your sandwich with you?
No. I told you I wouldn't take it now. They got food back there.
Alright,
lay down.
let me get them to just sit right here and sit tight. I'm gonna get you back there, just chill for just a second.
Can you call me mama?
Yeah, we talked about that. You never gave me no number.
985-210.
Hold on. 985
210.
210
8095.
8095. What's her name?
Maryland.
Marilyn. What's her last name? Brown. But she don't know you're up here at all. 985-210-8095.
Can you call her right now so I can hear her voice? I miss her.
I can't call her right now.
When they gonna give me the phone call?
You'll get a call.
She might know.
I got you. You need me to write that number down so you remember it on top?
I know all.
Huh?
I know all my numbers.
You'll get the call here in a little bit, okay? I think you do get a call.
Why didn't you just shoot me?
Say what?
Why didn't you just shoot me?
Because it don't work like that, man. I mean, it don't work like that. I know you got a lot on you. That's a lot. A lot on you right now. But we're not gonna do that to you. We tried to be nice. I mean, as nice as we can based on the situation. We're trying to be nice to you now, right? Got your sandwich.
Mike, just kill me.
Oh man, we're not gonna do that.
All right, buddy, you ready? Thank you for talking to us, okay?
Can you walk now or do you need to be pushed back now? Yeah, you can push me really back. Oh, it's the bottom. My bottom. The back of my heel swole.
Took your Gatorade with you?
That sandwich, I think that sandwich I left my back there don't mix. You know, put down like that, it's swelling my gums up. You gonna put your feet back in there like you coming back here?
Special Agent Taylor Lindy, this will be conclusion of interview with BJ Brown. The time is 12:38 p.m. on Wednesday, June 29, 2022.
Agent Brown, did we just hear a copy of the interview that you recorded? And I'll move a CD of a copy of the interview as the state's next exhibit. 67, and also a copy of the transcript that accompanied the recording as exhibit 68. Agent Looney, just to follow up with a few questions about the interview. Let's talk about the shoes for just a minute. When you watched the video of the defendant getting out of his car, did he have on shoes?
He did.
And when he was arrested, did he have on shoes?
He did not.
And you located these orange shoes.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the condition of the orange shoes when you found them?
They were wet.
They were wet?
Mhm.
He spends a lot of time denying ownership of the orange shoes.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit more about the rifle. Where did the defendant tell you the rifle would be found?
In the woods.
In the woods. Does he say that several times?
He does.
And where was the rifle found?
In Wells Creek.
Was it also wet when it was recovered?
Yes, it was underwater.
All right. What did the defendant tell you about a driver's license?
That he did not have a driver's license.
And based upon the title that's already been moved as an exhibit, who actually owned this vehicle?
Laquana Woods was the person listed on the title.
And did you also recover a bill of sale?
We did.
And do you have that here with you?
I do.
Okay. And can you describe the bill of sale, please?
Yes, it says motor vehicle buyer order sold to Cashel Laquana Woods on June 17, 2022.
Thank you. I'll move that as the state's next trial exhibit, please. An agent in the interview, when you first, and this was near the beginning of the interview, when you first asked him about the car, who did he say the car belonged to?
I think he said specific homegirl.
Homegirl?
Or a friend. I would take that as a friend.
Okay. Did he say that the car came from somewhere in Tennessee?
He did.
So he first says that the car was from a homegirl in Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
All right. Along those same lines, what was the reason that he gave for traveling north out of Louisiana?
He wanted to go see Young Dolph's spot.
Now, you've witnessed all the testimony and exhibits so far in this trial. Did he go through the city of Memphis?
He did.
And
the number of the phone that we had identified for him traveled through Memphis.
Okay. And what did he tell you about how he ended up in Houston County?
That he got lost. His cell phone died. His GPS didn't work, or no longer was working because his phone died and he didn't know where he was.
All right. What did the defendant tell you about who shot first?
He stated that Officer Tieber fired at him first.
Okay. What was your strategy when interviewing him and asking him these questions? You had already watched the videos.
That's correct.
So did you already know who shot first?
Based on the body camera video, yeah, I can hear 2 shots before Officer Tieber drew his service weapon and fired.
And was Officer Tieber sitting in his patrol vehicle when he was shot?
It appeared that way.
Why were you asking him those questions if you already knew the answer?
I wanted to see what he would say.
At some point, when you asked about the shooting, he said something about fainting?
He did.
What did he say?
He stated that when he got out of the vehicle, he fainted, and I asked if he lost consciousness, and he stated that he did.
Was he changing his stories about the shooting as we went through the interview?
Yeah, the story changed several times.
And near the end, what was his story?
Was that he basically wanted to do suicide by cop.
Judge, I'm at a point where we need the jury out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step across the hallway, please. Yeah, just leave those in the courtroom if you will.
Your Honor, the court has heard the interview, and there's numerous mention of the rifle. I'm going to refer to my notes, some specific points. First of all, on page 61 of the transcript, the defendant claims that he bought the rifle 4 years ago. And throughout the interview, he claims that he had owned the weapon and that he bought it from the streets. This rifle, our proof would show, was reported stolen in Louisiana in February of 2022. So it's impossible that he owned the gun for 4 years. His statements are very self-serving when it comes to the rifle, making it sound like he had never shot the weapon before, that it was his weapon that he had had in his possession for 4 years. Therefore, the state would renew our request to enter in proof that the rifle was reported as stolen.
Spratt?
They elicited this testimony. I objected, and that's the court. They elicited his quote-unquote self-serving statements. The state played every one of them. And so had I opened the door to that, I would understand that, but I didn't, Your Honor. General Crouch opened the door to that. He played it. I objected beforehand, and now here we are. So this is, you still don't have proof that Mr. Brown was the one that stole it. I still never got anything in discovery about a report of who stole it or anything like that. So this is turning into past trial by ambush. So this should be excluded, and if it's entered, I'd move for a mistrial.
Judge, I could have entered this testimony through Agent Broadhag yesterday, but we didn't, because Mr. Spratt, let's go back 24 hours. It was Mr. Spratt cross-examining a TBI agent about ownership of the gun. So if we're going to bring up opening the door, you have to go back 24 hours, because that's how this issue got put in play. And he is correct. I decided to play those comments because in the interview, because Mr. Spratt asked. He asked the agent yesterday, well, whose rifle is this? Where did it come from? What's the ownership of it? Second, Mr. Spratt has been provided in discovery 2 separate reports, the firearms report showing who originally purchased the weapon in Louisiana, and then a report listing it as stolen that was created in 2022. But there is no report alleging that Mr. Brown stole the weapon. So we're not alleging that he stole the weapon, but he is in possession of a stolen weapon, a weapon that he used in this crime.
Then what's the probative value if we're not introducing it to show
Sit
the
down, Mr. Spratt. The court is of the opinion that there is no real relevance that will be gained by allowing the introduction of the report that the weapon was stolen. And the reason that I make this finding is whether the weapon was stolen or not stolen, or whether it was bought by him or owned by him or whatever, is not really the issue. The issue has already been established that he was illegally possessing the gun. He's already pled to an illegal possession of the weapon. So the fact is that the only reason to introduce the evidence that the gun was stolen is to contradict the statements that the defendant made in his statement as to when he acquired the gun and so forth. The fact that Mr. Spratt questioned the TBI agent regarding ownership of the gun yesterday, in my opinion, does not necessarily open the door. In this particular case, it seems to me that the prejudice of introducing the fact that this gun was stolen, which would contradict the defendant's statement, but the prejudice would be far outweighing any relevance because of the simple fact that obviously the implication would be that Mr. Brown was the one who actually stole that weapon. So it seems to me that the question is really not whether the weapon was stolen or owned by him, because he purchased it. Theoretically, he could have purchased it as a stolen weapon. Wouldn't have been 4 years ago, obviously, but in any event, the weapon was used and utilized by someone who had no right to have a weapon because of his prior record. It was used in the employment of these crimes that he's charged with. But the question of whether or not it was stolen at the time or whether it was owned by him legally or was not stolen doesn't add to the question or the more likelihood of whether or not he is guilty of these offenses. And for that balancing reason, it seems to me that the prejudice outweighs any probative value, and I am sustaining Mr. Spratt's objection to the introduction of that evidence.
And Judge, while the jury's out, I want to, with the court's permission, reconfirm with Agent Looney what his testimony will be about the active warrant. And the court has
already ruled on the question about the active warrant, but we're not going to go into the reasons why there was what the crime was or what was being charged on the active warrant, just that there was an active warrant. So.
And the state will not ask or seek answer to even what state the warrant was out of, just the fact that there was an active warrant.
All right.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but would we go into when the warrant was issued? I mean, I don't want to bust this thing open, but I mean,
if we go into when the warrant was issued, then it's going to be obviously that the warrant was issued when he was in Louisiana based on the electronic signals, and that for that reason, that would give the jury the reason that he fled the state of Louisiana was because there was an active warrant for him.
well, and the only reason I'm asking is because if it's offered for motive, which I believe is what they're offering it for, then, maybe it's good that we did a jury out here because I don't know when it was active. I don't know that it would need to have been active in some theory of motive at the time that Officer Teeber pulled Mr. Brown over. So, I'd like to establish that at least. I don't know how it's any kind of motive.
Wants to establish it, so when you question Officer Looney or Agent Looney, you can establish when, if he's aware of when the warrant was issued.
Can we take a short recess? Really short.
All right, we'll take a short recess and come back now.
You can have that one.
For the record, let me address that the particular juror that brought something to our attention, I discussed with both the lawyers, and there was no issue about that and would not affect anything in this case, so I dealt with that situation. Is there anything else that we need to address then before we bring the jury in?
Judge, with respect to Agent Looney's presumed testimony that Mr. Brown had an active warrant, I've made that objection. That's noted for the record. The court's ruled on it. So if I think what the state's agreeing to is they're just going to ask that question and that be it. So if that's the case, then I just want my objection preserved for the record. And
all right. Then is there anything else regarding the other witnesses that were?
There is regarding the other witnesses, Judge, if we want to do that now.
I'd rather do anything we have to do with outside the presence of the court before we bring them back.
Judge, I believe sometime around September 29th or 30th of last year, I got statements, supplemental discovery from General Crouch regarding some corrections officers that had reported that Mr. Brown had made statements. One of those
be Officer Alea Brown. She says, at least that's what this statement says, she's going to testify, that he stated, basically boils down to one sentence. He stated he would shoot me just like the other cop. That.
Wait a minute. This is a statement that a correction officer says the defendant made to him. Repeat.
Made to her.
Made to her.
Mr. Brown then stated that he would shoot me just like the other cop. So as far as that being an admission, I mean, it's fair game. I've requested audio and video. They say there is none. But the part where she says he threatened to shoot her, I don't think that should come in front of the jury at all. I mean, that's the probative value is nil as to this case. The prejudicial effect is through the roof on that. I mean, that's, you know, I think to open the door for that, I'd quite literally have to put Mr. Brown on the stand and say I would never do that again in order to open that door. So, I mean, that's a big leap. The other issue I've got is there was a second officer that gave a rather lengthy statement that the state's not.
Object to this. We can do a sidebar on this. So I'm not calling the second officer. So what you're about to get into is not relevant in this case. So he's not going to be a witness. I would ask that we do this off the record.
Well, let's do a sidebar then, I guess, Your Honor. Come on.
All right. If we're going to address anything on the record regarding this one correctional officer, then there's only one correctional officer that I'm understanding is going to be called as a witness by the state. So what are the issues regarding that? I believe you've already stated your position regarding that.
Yes, sir.
You object to that statement coming in.
I object to him allegedly, not the, well. Yeah,
What's the state's position on it?
Judge, the statement is simply, as Mr. Spratt repeated, Mr. Brown then stated he would shoot me just like the other cop. So this will be the testimony of Aaliyah Brown. The state's position is that this statement does go to help prove the elements of premeditation. One of the factors that the Court of Appeals has ruled that can be considered in determining premeditation is actions after the crime, including demeanor, calmness, coolness, which go to his state of mind. And this reflects that exact demeanor. He's so casual about the fact that he would shoot not only a cop, but her as well.
Well, because of the fact that this is an attempted first-degree murder case that does require premeditation, and the statement that's just been introduced of the defendant, in which he gives a variety of different versions about why the shooting, first denying the shooting, then secondly, and thirdly and fourthly, giving a variety of different explanations about what the motivation was and so forth, and ending with suicide by cop, more or less. The court is of the opinion that any statement made by him in that particular situation could have relevance on the issue of premeditation and intent at the time of the original shooting. So I am going to allow that statement to come in. I will probably give the jury a limiting instruction, which would advise them that they are to consider this evidence solely on the issue of, as it may relate to the contradiction of the statements by Mr. Brown to the TBI agents and on the issue of premeditation. So, anything else? All right, we got the jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are ready to proceed with the state's proof. So, General Crouch, you may call your next witness.
Judge, I'm still with.
He's so quiet over there. I didn't notice him.
Okay, Agent Looney, we're almost finished here. Just a few more questions. In the interview that was played for the jury, did you hear the defendant make any statements about how he was pulled over and what he was told to do?
Yes.
What did he say?
He stated that he was driving slow and that basically he felt he was pulled over for no reason. And what was the second part?
Did he state who told him? Did he state if anyone told him to turn into McCaskill's?
Yes, he stated that the officer told him to turn into McCaskill's.
Okay. And you investigated this case and you've listened to the body cameras and all the footage. Did the officer direct him to turn into McCaskill's?
Not to my knowledge, no. I didn't find any evidence to support that.
Also, in the interview, did you ask the defendant if he had anything in his hand when he got out of the vehicle?
I did.
What did he say?
He stated he did not have anything in his hands.
And again, that story changed as the interview went on.
That's correct.
And then finally, Agent Looney, at the time that Officer Tieber made this traffic stop, was there an active warrant for the defendant's arrest?
There was.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Brett, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have just a moment to gather everything. Chair comfortable, Agent Looney?
Comfortable as it can be.
Okay. So you watched the video of the scene, right? And you saw Officer Tieber's body camera, right?
Videos of the incident?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that started and the traffic stop had already occurred, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you wouldn't have any direct knowledge of what General Crouch just asked you, would you? You wouldn't have any direct knowledge as to whether or not Officer Tieber had ordered him from any kind of video footage or anything like that, would you?
No, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Okay. All right. And when you interviewed Mr. Brown, what time of day did you say that was that he was apprehended?
It was late in the morning. I think it was I think it's around 10:45 a.m.
Okay. And at the first of that interview, you asked him if he got some sleep at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know he was tired?
I had assumed he might be tired after being in the woods for 2 days.
Okay. But you hadn't talked to him prior and said, hey, sleep a couple hours and then.
I'm not saying that conversation did. It's possible. We did give him he was brought to the jail around 7:30 and then we started the interview around 10:45. So that was time that we had intentionally left before starting the interview for him to sleep.
Okay. So it's possible then that you and Agent McGowan spoke with him before this interview.
Well, I believe the first time that I actually spoke to him, I read him the warrant at the jail, and that would have been. And I don't recall telling him that he could get some sleep. I recall leaving the jail to go eat breakfast so that he could sleep.
But do you recall speaking with him at all?
I don't recall speaking with him in the capacity of telling him he could get some sleep.
I mean, I just mean at all, whether it was in any capacity.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. And did Mr. Brown, how long did he tell you that he'd been out in the woods?
A couple of days, several. I don't recall the exact number of days that he had said.
Was it longer than it had actually been?
I believe he said he had been awake longer than he had been in the woods.
He said he'd been awake 5 days, didn't he?
Yes, sir. That's what I recall.
And this methamphetamine that was found in the vehicle, did you ever ask him if he took any of it?
He told me it was tramadols. At the time, I didn't know what it was.
Did you ask him if he took that?
I didn't.
Okay. He did say he wasn't sure where he was, though, didn't he?
He did.
Okay. And this gun that was found in Wells Creek, it had no DNA on it, right? You heard that from, I believe it was Agent Sullivan, I think, maybe.
Our DNA expert.
DNA expert. He or she testified that there was no DNA on the gun, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Were there woods close to that creek?
There were.
Okay. Is it possible that some animal or something knocked that or drug that off in the creek?
I've been to the place that the gun was recovered at. I wouldn't assume that any animal would be able to knock the gun into the area of the creek. there.
Okay, but you can't.
I can't testify for
You
sure.
can't rule it out, can
Sir.
you? Okay. All right. And he said he'd been driving for 9 hours, right?
I believe so.
And I think, if I may have, I asked you about how long he said that he had been on the run and you weren't sure. Can I?
I have a copy of it if you'll tell me the.
Could you look at page 10 and at the bottom there?
Okay. Would you like for me to read it?
Sure.
Okay. The question was, well, how long had you been running? How long were you running for? The answer was 3 days.
Okay. And it wasn't 3 days, was it?
It was 2
It
days.
was about 36 hours, actually. Because this was 9 o'clock on, was it a Monday night? Anyway,
Yes.
it was 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock comes again, and then you get him the next morning. So it's about a day and a half, right?
Sure.
So he thinks it's been about twice that long then. All right. And then he said he was following the woods and following a shooting star. Didn't he?
He did mention following stars. Yes, sir.
Shooting star, correct?
I don't remember if he said shooting star or bright star, but something about following a star is what I remember.
I'll direct you to page 11 there.
Shooting star, right?
Shooting
there. I see
star.
it. Yes, sir.
Okay. And he said he was scared of what was going to happen and he ran. Right?
Yes, he did mention that he was scared and that he ran.
Okay. And you saw the video, right?
I did.
Okay. And almost immediately, when the shots start being fired, the individual's moving to their right, correct?
Yes,
Almost
sir.
immediately. And straight down there to get away from that, right? Or in retreat, at least. You charged him with a crime that involves flight, haven't you?
I don't know if I would classify it as retreat or eluding or escaping.
Well, you presented this to the grand jury, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you charged him with a crime of flight, haven't you?
Right.
So that's what he was doing, right?
Right.
Okay. And he hadn't eaten in a couple of days when he was telling you all this stuff?
Yeah, he did mention that he was hungry.
Okay. Now, did he mention to you that somebody had shot at him?
He did.
Okay. And said they shot in his direction, didn't he?
He did.
Okay. Did they intend to kill him?
I can't speak for that person.
Did you investigate whether or not they intended to kill him?
Yes, we did.
And what?
We interviewed the individual that he's referring to.
And Mr. Brown didn't have a gun at that time, though, did he?
He did. The individual that we interviewed did not say he had a gun.
Okay. So somebody shot in his direction, and there was no intent to kill there, right?
I don't know if there was an intent to kill there or not. He didn't say that he was trying to kill him in the interview.
Well, Mr. Brown didn't tell you he was intending to kill Officer Tiber either, did he?
He did mention that he was not trying to kill Officer Tiber in the interview.
Okay, so we can. So it's possible to shoot at somebody then without intending to kill them, is what we're saying. It's possible.
I guess you could shoot in the direction of someone and not intend to kill
Okay,
them.
all right. And he claims that the individual was going to call the cops. He was going to sit there, he wanted food until the guy shot at him. Right?
Yes, sir. There was some. Yes, sir.
So he'd given up more or less at this point, or at least as far as Mr. Brown said, right?
According to Mr. Brown's statement, yes. According to the individual pertaining to the incident that you're referring to that we interviewed, I would not say that was the case.
That he is repeatedly, one thing is repeatedly consistent throughout this interview, and that's that he's suicidal, isn't it? I mean, that was consistent throughout that interview, wasn't it?
He did make comments several times that.
Several different ways as well, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, he actually cut himself with a Is it a Heineken bottle? What kind of bottle?
I'm not sure. There was I believe there was a photo of it earlier. It was a broken piece of the neck of the bottle,
In a shed.
of a glass bottle in a shed. Yes, sir.
Did you collect that as evidence?
We did.
You did. Did you test it?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, he said he was hoping that the officers would shoot him when he was apprehended. He said he tried to kill him, right?
He did make a comment that he wanted the officers to shoot him.
And that's the officers that apprehended him.
Yes, sir.
And then he also said that he would want an officer Teeter to kill him, didn't he?
He did say that.
Okay. So you did not know that this was methamphetamine at the time that you interviewed him?
That's correct. I
And you
believe I asked him if it was if there was fentanyl in it for safety reasons, and he stated that it was tramadols.
Okay. Well, did you take extra precautions with it?
It was in the vehicle, and the vehicle was towed to the TBI crime lab, so they collected it. I just relayed the information that he had told me.
All right. But this wasn't your primary concern at the time,
What's that?
these pills?
In what capacity? The primary concern?
Well, you charged him with first-degree murder on June 28th, hadn't you?
Yes,
The
sir.
warrant.
The attempted first-degree murder on the 20th.
Attempted
Yes,
first-degree
sir.
murder, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And at that time, did you believe him that these pills were tramadol?
I didn't know, because they didn't look like, I didn't investigate because I didn't know what they were. I didn't know if they were actually fentanyl and I wasn't being told the truth, or if it was tramadols or what it was. So I didn't mess with them, nor would I have been able to make a conclusive determination as to what they were.
Could have been Tylenol at that point. Anything.
It could have been Tylenol before
Okay.
it was.
So you weren't paying attention to this when you got your warrant, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So you weren't paying attention to these drugs at all whenever you got a warrant for attempted first-degree murder. That's what you just testified to, right?
As far as going towards motive, I'm assuming is what you're talking about.
Well,
We didn't know I can testify that I didn't know what the pills were inside the car at the time.
okay. So you got that warrant, now you're trying to get a motive later.
There were pills in the car. There were several factors that went into us obtaining the warrant.
Okay. But you did just testify that these weren't part of your primary investigation, and you already had an arrest warrant for attempted first-degree murder.
When you asked that question, I was under the assumption we were talking about the interview. The
interview came after the warrant.
When you asked the question about what pills were inside the pills inside the vehicle, and me asking him what they were, I thought you were referring to, was that a consideration at the time during the interview of mine, like while I was interviewing? That's what I thought you meant.
So you weren't, but you said that you weren't, okay, you weren't concerned with them as part of your investigation, but you'd already gotten an arrest warrant.
We did obtain the arrest
warrant. So were you
warrant.
concerned with them in the middle day and then not concerned with your motive after the fact when you were interviewing him? I'm just trying to ascertain when these pills became some sort of motive. Is all I'm trying to do.
I guess I can only testify that I didn't know what the pills were at the time. I didn't know if they were controlled or not controlled.
Okay. I'd like to refer you to page 21 of the interview. At the middle of the page, Mr. Brown, how could you see it not to move? Again, he says a shooting star, right?
That's correct.
All right, and then he mentions at the bottom of that page, he was finding this star wherever it was he was going. Did that sound logical to you?
It didn't sound abnormal. I mean, it was a little odd, but it didn't sound completely abnormal if you're out there and if you don't have a flashlight or you don't have anything, I don't know how
Do you know what a shooting star is?
I do, yes, sir.
And he mentions them on multiple nights occurring. That would be abnormal, wouldn't it?
I mean, maybe he did see a shooting star. If it's a clear night, he could have seen a shooting star. I can't testify to that.
Let me refer you to the top of page 24. You asked him for his phone number, right?
Yes, sir.
This is not the same phone number, is it, that the agent this morning tracked from New Orleans, is it?
That's correct. It is not the same phone number.
Oh. Now, he did say that he was scared, right?
He did mention being scared.
When he got pulled over?
Yes, sir.
All right. He mentioned that he was an African-American being pulled over by a white police officer in a rural area, more or less, right?
More or less, yes, sir.
Okay. Presumably that gun was been in that car, right?
He stated the gun was in the back seat of the car.
Okay. So in certain instances, that can be a legitimate fear, can it?
I'm
in
sorry?
certain instances. In certain instances, that can be a legitimate fear.
It's not a fear that I have, but I can't speak for other people.
Okay. He mentions he was scared multiple times, doesn't he? During the interview?
Yes, sir.
And let me refer you to the top of page 34. I'm sorry. Refer to your question, you say, so you just got out, you couldn't really tell, and you were scared, and you were shooting at him while you were running towards the woods, right?
That's what I asked,
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right, so whatever this flight theory is, he was in flight immediately, right?
I mean, yes, sir. He got out of the vehicle and was shooting and running.
He was running.
Sure.
All right, so his conscious objective then was to get away, wasn't it?
I don't know what it, I mean, I don't know.
You don't know what his conscious objective was, do you? Don't know that, do you? Do you?
Based on what he stated, that he was running and scared, and he was shooting and running and scared towards the woods.
Agent Loney, can you answer the question, do you or do you not know what his conscious objective was?
I believe his conscious objective was to kill Officer Teeber.
Okay, but you couldn't testify what his you just said a minute ago, I don't know what his conscious objective, finish that. What were you going to say? I don't know what his conscious objective was. You just changed your answer, didn't you?
I stated that I
Can
did.
I ask the court reporter to read it back?
I stated that I didn't, I stated I don't know what his, and I believe I don't remember if I got to.
And then did you figure out then that you were fixing to say something?
So what's the question, sir?
Well, what stopped you from saying that just a minute ago? What stopped you from saying, I don't know what his conscious, what stopped you from finishing that sentence?
Because I was talking, but I'm not sure, that's not what I wanted to continue to finish saying.
It's not what you wanted to say?
That's not what I wanted to finish saying.
What did you want to finish saying? I don't know what his conscious.
I stopped the sentence to rephrase the sentence.
To say it the way you wanted to say it, right?
Say it the way
say it the way you wanted to say it.
Okay.
When did, refresh my memory if you can, Agent Looney, when did you recover the gun? When was or it wasn't you, I know that did it, but when was the gun recovered?
It was recovered on the morning of the 29th.
Before or after this interview?
I believe it was sometime during the interview.
During the interview, okay. He told you, Mr. Brown told you, in response to your question, when the shooting happened, did you know that you hit the officer?
Which page are we on?
Page 49. It says, okay, when the shooting happened, are you there? I'm sorry, I didn't want to get ahead of you. You there?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. When the shooting happened, did you know that you hit the officer? He says, I wasn't shooting at him, I was shooting at the ground. Or you say, what were you shooting at? He said he was shooting at the ground. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he says he was trying to scare him off. Right after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which would be completely consistent with what we saw in the video when the shooting starts and he runs, right? That'd be completely consistent with that.
Well, when he says I wasn't shooting at him, I was shooting, and then he says he's shooting at the ground, the patrol car is several strike marks from that we heard.
I understand where they landed, but what I'm talking about is when he says that he was shooting, he was trying to scare him off. That's what he says, right?
He does say
and
that.
Immediately he's running. That would be consistent with him having a conscious objective to get out of that situation, right?
Can you restate the question?
When Mr. Brown says, I was shooting to scare him off, that would be consistent with him having the conscious objective to get away from Officer Tiber.
Making the comment that you were trying to scare someone off, I would assume that specific statement, I think, would go along with what you're saying.
Okay. And it would go along with him immediately fleeing the scene too, wouldn't it?
That specific statement, what I believe.
I mean, the video
would go along with someone running away. If they were, yeah.
Okay. Well, and you said you're in the interview. He said you got a call from his pastor, who's also an attorney. Is that correct?
Which page?
55.
Yes.
Okay. And he said he's never done anything like this, and he was worried about him.
In the phone call,
This is you saying, so I mean, this is you summarizing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then right down below that, I wanted y'all to shoot me so bad. Twice.
I see that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Page 57 in the middle. Agent McGowan. So your goal was you wanted them to shoot you? Question, Mr. Brown, yes.
That's on the transcript.
That's
yes,
on
sir.
the transcript.
Yes, sir.
Right?
And in the interview.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And then at the bottom of that page, that's a question by you. It starts on the bottom of page 57 and goes to the top of page 58. Could you read that?
Were you trying to get the officer at the gravel place to shoot you?
And were you talking about Ms. McCaskill's?
Yes, sir.
Okay, where Officer Tabor was shot, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Brown answers?
Uh-huh, I thought he was.
Okay. And then on page 59, Mr. Brown states about a quarter of the way down the page, he was going to show him the gun. He's talking about Officer Tabor, isn't he?
I believe, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you just a little bit about your experience as an officer. Were you in law enforcement prior to being with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
I've always been at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay.
During
You worked drug cases or anything like that?
As a CID agent, I did participate in and assist in several drug cases, and yeah.
Okay. Did you ever arrest people?
Did I personally take the warrant out on somebody for their arrest on a drug case, or was I present when they were arrested?
Right.
Present when they were arrested for drug charges.
Encounter
Sure.
them?
Yes, sir.
Anybody on methamphetamine?
Not to my immediate recollection for methamphetamine.
So you've never in your career in law enforcement engaged an individual on methamphetamine?
Maybe suspected, but I've suspected people of being on methamphetamine, I would assume, but not.
What made you suspect them of it?
Just the actions, their actions.
What kind of actions?
Talking fast, real fast talk, and
talking
jittery, things like that.
Disoriented?
Maybe
disoriented. Confused.
Again, maybe, but I confused me. I'm not, like I said, I've interviewed people that I have suspected of being under the influence, of potentially being under the influence of methamphetamine, but it wasn't ever told to me that they were. They didn't admit to me, so I wouldn't have known. It was just a suspect.
Okay. So, well, let me back up a little bit then. How many people had you arrested for doing it?
That I arrested for doing methamphetamine? Mm-hmm. I can't recall a time that I arrested someone for methamphetamine.
How many times you ever arrested anybody for attempted murder or murder where the motive was methamphetamine?
I've never made an arrest for first-degree murder or attempted first-degree murder for methamphetamine, strictly for methamphetamine.
Okay, so this is the first time this has ever happened then?
For me personally, for using that for that being a motive?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to be clear about the recovery of evidence, these orange shoes, you can't, that Mr. Brown's DNA weren't on these, right? They weren't on these?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can't sit here today and testify that he ever had these shoes in his possession or was wearing these shoes or anything of that nature, can you?
No, sir.
No. Okay. And the gun, that was in there, in the creek, you don't know how that gun got in there, do you?
I'm sorry?
You don't know, well, the gun that was recovered from the creek,
Yes, sir.
you don't know how that gun got in the creek, do you? Can't testify to that either, can you?
That I know for certain how it got there?
That you know, yeah, well, that's what, I mean, I'd like you to testify what you know for certain, yes.
The defendant stated in his statement, you clearly see the gun in the video running with the gun towards the air,
I
towards the
understand
direction
that,
of that
sir.
creek.
What I'm asking is, you cannot testify how that gun got in that creek specifically. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, sir. Correct.
You can't do that, can you?
I can't testify that exactly how that gun
Okay.
made it into that creek.
All right. So he had been asleep 2 hours, right? He'd been asleep for 2 hours.
He
When
had
you
the
interviewed him-
opportunity,
when you interviewed him, I'm
the
sorry.
opportunity to sleep for 2
He
hours
had the
prior.
opportunity to sleep
from
for
the
2
time of
hours
arrest.
out of the last 5 or 6 days, right? At that point, 5 days, he said, he'd been awake,
He stated that he had been awake for 5 days.
and he'd been asleep for 2 hours, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
know he was just only asleep for 2 hours. 'Cause
Sure.
Right, because he
Right.
was at the Houston County Jail.
Mhm.
Okay, so in 5 days, he's slept 2 hours. He's out there telling you that he's seeing shooting stars and all kinds of things of that nature, isn't he? Things that don't line up, right?
He did mention that he saw shooting stars in his interview.
And you never once asked him if he was on drugs? Never once.
I did not ask him if he was on drugs.
And you'd already gotten a attempted first-degree murder warrant without ever asking him if he was on drugs or anything like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Oh,
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
General Crouch, you may redirect.
Agent Looney, let's talk a little bit about the orange shoes and the rifle. Of all the evidence you collected, which two pieces were wet when they were collected?
The rifle and the shoes.
Which two pieces did not have the defendant's DNA?
The rifle and the shoes.
What does water do to the collection of DNA?
It can degrade the DNA.
Objection, he's not an expert in DNA analysis, Your Honor.
Well, Judge, Mr. Spratt's been asking him legal questions, scientific questions, objective consciousness objections questions. He's asking all types of scientific questions. I think he can answer, based on his own experience, what water does to the collection of DNA.
May I respond? I'm asking him in-court questions that were answered by the state's expert. I'm asking him about those questions, asking him to expound on DNA and redirect is improper without him being qualified as an expert in DNA. And I have no prior notice of him being an expert in DNA or anything like that.
Well, I will sustain the objection based upon the fact that he has experience as an investigator, but does not have criteria and experience and expertise in the field of DNA analysis. At least it has not yet been established. Sustain the objection.
Thank you. Agent Looney, but just to be clear, the two wet items, there was no DNA found on them.
That's correct.
But we know that the defendant used this rifle.
Yes, sir.
We can see him with it in the video.
That's correct.
He's holding it in his hand.
Yes, sir.
Let me refer you to a photograph. This is a still shot of the camera from the officer's patrol vehicle. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
What do we see here?
It appears the defendant pointing the rifle in the direction of the patrol car.
The defendant holding the rifle? This image is not very clear on this screen. Can you forward it? You can just play the video. Also right there. What color shoes are those?
They're bright colored shoes.
Yeah. What's the defendant doing?
Appears he's shooting at the direction of the patrol car.
Is he pointing it at the ground or at the patrol car?
To me, it does not appear that he's pointing it at the ground.
He's pointing it right into the windshield of this car, isn't he?
Objection asked and answered.
What does it appear to be?
That he's pointing it at the windshield of the car.
Sustained the objection as to ask and answer, but he restated the question.
That he's pointing it at the window of the car?
Yes, sir.
With bright colored shoes on.
That's correct.
And neither one of these items had DNA on them.
That's correct.
Yet there he is with both of them. So sometimes DNA just can't be collected, is that right? In your experience?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about this rifle. You've heard the testimony and the evidence. The shell casings, you collected those, right?
Yes, sir.
And they match to this rifle.
That's correct.
Judge, I object. This is outside the scope of cross. We were talking about Mr. Brown's statements in the interview. There's no need to rehash this entire testimony. It's already been put in front of the jury.
Judge, the defense is trying to suggest that this
Ladies and gentlemen,
rifle...
step across the hallway. Now, General, outside the presence of the jury, I just don't want to prejudice the jury by making any statements regarding the positions that each of you hold.
Yes, sir.
So, go ahead.
Judge, Mr. Spratt suggested that an animal drugged the rifle into the creek. And now he's objecting me to putting on scientific proof matching this weapon and the shell casings. I don't get that. I mean, he's trying to convince a jury that some animal drug this rifle into the woods, I guess wanting them to believe that the defendant didn't do it, but we can see him holding it right here.
Judge, that's not what I was trying to suggest. What I'm trying to suggest is that the state just played a ton of Mr. Brown's statements and basically called him a liar over and over and over again. I was eliciting testimony as to the veracity of his statements, not as to try to sit here and rehash this whole case that we've done. I'm sure General Crouch can make great hay with this video and close an argument. I just think it's cumulative presentation of the issues, and he's trying to inflame the jury. That's the only purpose of the cross-examination on that point, was to say that, I mean, Mr. Brown admitted in the interview that he had the gun. It's not really in dispute at this point. The issue is that it's trying to make like he was trying to wash DNA off of it or something. There were other items, and his questions about which items were wet and which items weren't wet, that's fine, that's fair game. I didn't object to that, and I have recross for that. But to play this video over and over again, and it's just, there's no reason. It was outside of the scope of my cross-examination, way outside of the scope. And
I don't find the playing of the video to be outside the scope of your cross-examination, because you raised issue regarding what he told you and how credible it was, and even hypothesizing or asking the officer to, or the agent, I'm sorry, to hypothesize about whether that was consistent with something, with him moving away and so forth. So I don't think there was any problem with playing the video. That's not the issue. The issue is whether General Crouch is asking questions now about the shell casings that were found on the scene, which seems to me to be it is somewhat beyond and perhaps I didn't understand the question. So, but it doesn't seem to me that it's necessary to go back into where shell casings were located and things. It's up to the jury to decide whether or not what they've seen with their own eyes and what they have heard from the statements is consistent in any of these situations. And I don't really see that it really adds a lot to it. And I think we're pushing the jury to the maximum of their attention span by doing some of these things. But as far as playing the video again, that was permissible, and I have no issue. And I know that solves some of the issue because it directly also relates to the shoes. And the shoes can be clearly seen in the video and match the shoes that were found in the shed, which the defendant has denied being his shoes. And I think that the same thing applies with the evidence of the rifle in the possession of the defendant. And since, as you say, he doesn't deny that he had the gun, he did deny that he had the shoes. So, in any event, General, restate the question that was objected to so that we can.
I'll withdraw the question about the shell casings. I won't ask it again.
So is there any other thing that we need to address before we bring the jury back?
No, sir.
Bring the jury in, please. Crouch.
Agent Looney, Mr. Spratt asked you about the phone number that was collected or that the defendant reported to you in the interview.
That's correct.
Let's talk about that for just a minute. Do you remember whether that was actually a real phone number that he gave you in the interview or not?
Yeah, I don't believe it was a real phone number. It didn't come back to
Do
anything.
you remember the last 4 digits of that phone number that he gave you?
I believe it was 5550.
So did those last 4 digits match up with something else that the defendant had said to you?
Yes, when we asked what his address was in Louisiana, the numerical was 5550 of the address.
So when asked about his phone number, he lied.
Objection.
On what basis?
Well, I'll withdraw the objection.
And Agent Looney, you were asked multiple questions about his intent and this interaction with an unknown person where he was asking for food. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I would, as Mr. Spratt did, draw your attention to page 16 of the transcript. Near the top, what does the defendant say?
What time in the,
You ask a question, was that in the morning time? What was his answer?
yeah, he pulled out a rifle and shot at me twice.
And what did you say?
I said, really?
And what did the defendant then say?
Yeah, a tall white man.
Do you know whether this person, what was this person's name where this interaction occurred?
I would have to refer to my report for his name.
You don't remember his name? Was he a white man or a black man?
And I will have his indexing information in there. I interviewed him over the phone, so
That's
I
fine.
can't testify.
Not a problem. That's not really what I'm getting to. So, what did the defendant tell you that he was doing there?
Stated that he was just walking up the street to go do it. Walking up the street to go up to the thing, and then he said, he basically, to summarize, he stated that he was going up to ask for to use the phone. I
Okay.
believe.
And what does he say that the guy was wearing?
Are we talking about which guy said?
The answer that the defendant gave you is, I was just walking up the little street to go up to the thing. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Continue on there. What did the defendant tell you?
And when I looked, he was sitting with glasses like this, all black on with a cap.
Okay. And what else does the defendant say?
He said, and he asked, what's my name? I told him my name. He was like, stay right there. Then he said, I'm about to call the cops.
Okay.
I said, call them.
What does he say then?
I said, call them. You know, he said, I'm going to call the cops. I was like, all right, can I get something to eat before you call the cops?
Okay. And then next, what's the last thing he says there?
He says, so as I walked up to him, he shot at me twice and I broke out running.
So Mr. Spratt was using this as an example of someone who shot in an intent to kill. This is the perfect example of somebody firing a warning shot and not intending to kill, right?
That was the information the individual gave me.
I mean,
Object to the hearsay, Judge. I'm only going off what's in here. That individual is not here to testify.
Judge, Mr. Spratt asked Mr. Looney, Agent Looney, all kinds of questions about the interaction with this individual. I'm going directly from the questions that Mr. Spratt asked.
Your Honor, my objection was not that it was outside the scope of cross. I can only cross-examine what's been brought in front of the jury. I cross-examined Agent Looney about whether or not he investigated that shooting, which doesn't appear that he did, and that's where it stops. What the individual said or may not have said, they're asked, that's.
It's clearly hearsay, repeating what the individual said that was out, it would be hearsay anyway. Sustain the objection.
So Agent Looney, does he describe to you what appears to be a close encounter?
Yes,
And does the defendant describe that he was shot at twice?
he did.
Was he hit?
He was not.
From your investigation, does it appear that this person intended to shoot the defendant?
Is not.
But when you look at that video, in that picture, from your investigation, does it appear that he intended to kill Officer Tabor?
Yes.
A very stark contrast between the two examples.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Spratt also asked you some questions about the conscious objective of the defendant. And I don't know that your training in the TBI allows you to read people's minds, does it?
No, sir.
So let's look at some of the objective evidence that you gathered, okay? Did the defendant have a driver's license?
He did not.
When you looked at the defendant's vehicle, did you take a photograph of a bag of methamphetamine sitting in the console?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant have a loaded AR-15 that he claims to have bought off the street?
He did.
Was he driving a car that was not registered or owned by him?
He was driving a vehicle that was not owned by him, yes, sir.
And was there an active warrant for his arrest when Officer Tiber stopped him?
Yes.
Now, objective evidence, is that a motive to kill somebody?
In my experience, I would say yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Brett?
Okay, how many times have you arrested somebody for driving on suspended as a motive for attempted murder? How many times have you used driving on a suspended license as a motive for attempted murder?
I've never
used that, have you? How many times have you ever used borrowing your homegirl's car as motive for an attempted murder? How many?
I've not arrested
Never
anybody.
used that.
Let me answer the question.
Sorry, Your Honor.
You began asking the next.
Okay, and we already established earlier, you said no, was that, oh, I'm sorry.
I've not arrested anybody for driving on suspended or driving in somebody else's car.
As a motive for attempted murder, have you ever used that charge?
I've never arrested anybody for that.
All right, and I think you testified earlier that you'd never used drugs as a motive for attempted murder.
I'm not a drug investigator, so like you said, I don't deal with drugs every day, but no, sir, I have not.
And it wasn't the focus of your investigation when you'd already obtained an arrest warrant for attempted first-degree murder on Mr. Brown, was it?
When you say focus, what I can elaborate on that is through my training and experience, I am able to recognize pills that are not in a pill bottle that with a prescription on them that are packaged in a baggie like that would lead me to believe that they would not be legal narcotics or to be legal.
That's not the question I asked you though, is it? At the time that you got this arrest warrant, you had already decided that this was going to be the charge, right? Before you interviewed Mr. Brown, you had the arrest warrant, right?
We had the arrest warrant before Mr. Brown was taken into custody.
And your purpose here now, after the fact, is try to establish a motive after you've already got a charge, correct?
At the time the warrant was taken out, I was aware of some of those elements that we talked about, that we were talking about considering for motive.
But you're not trained to read people's minds.
I'm not trained to read people's minds.
Okay,
No,
so
sir.
you don't know what anybody's objective is. You can't look at the jury and say what anybody's objective is, can you?
I can't read anybody's minds.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
No further questions.
Thank you, Agent. You may stand down.
Would you state and spell your first and last name, please, ma'am?
My name is Aaliyah Brown, AALIYAH
How are you employed?
I'm employed through the Dixon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
Approximately 9 months, almost 10.
All right. In September of last year, did you have occasion to communicate with the defendant, in this case, BJ Brown?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did he make any statements to you in reference to Officer Tiber?
No, not in reference to him exactly, just kind of in reference to me.
Okay. What was Mr. Brown's statement?
He stated that he would shoot me just like the other cop.
All right. And do you know the other cop that he is referring to?
I do not.
Okay. All right. That's my question, Your Honor.
Mr. Spratt, hold on just a second, officer. Mr. Spratt, you have questions?
I do, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that I am allowing the introduction of this testimony not to prove that the defendant committed some new offense or some other offense, but rather to allow the state to introduce this evidence solely on the purpose of showing any possible motive or intent that may go to the issue of premeditation in the state's case. That's the only reason it's being allowed, and you can only consider that evidence for that purpose. Mr. Spratt?
Afternoon, Ms. Brown. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. You said that Mr. Brown made no statements at all about Officer Tabor? Is
You
that
didn't
correct?
say Officer Tiber's name. Yes, sir.
Okay, he just made a threat at you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you.
Yes, sir.
I want you to read that and don't say it out loud. I'm going to take it back and try to refresh your memory.
Okay, you want me to read the whole thing?
Just read it in your head and then
Oh, okay.
I'll ask you some questions about it. All right. Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you said to General Crouch that he made no statements about shooting Officer Tabor,
He
right?
did not use Officer Tiber's name exactly.
Okay. All right.
He mentioned just like the other cop.
Okay. Were you transporting him? Were you transporting him, or where were these statements made at?
Inside the booking area in the Dixon County
In the
Jail.
booking area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any video, audio to back that up?
No, sir, I was conducting a security check, so as far as like body camera footage, no, sir.
No, I didn't ask for that. Any video, audio inside the jail from jail cameras, things like that?
Video, yes, audio, I'm unsure.
So there is video of it?
I would assume, being that's in the corrections facility.
Your Honor, I hate to do it. May I ask the jury out?
Ladies and gentlemen, step across the hallway.
Judge, at this point, I have asked the state when these statements were sent to me, whether there was audio or video of any of this. I objected to it coming in. She's saying that there probably is audio or video of it. So,
I'm stating that there's videos inside of the jail. I don't know otherwise with that.
I'd ask that we be allowed.
Spit it out. What are you asking me to do?
Well, the statement about her, again, I renewed the objection I made before, and this is for the very reason, because if there's evidence to rebut this statement, and I've asked for it and don't have it, then that's a Brady issue potentially. So I don't.
Officer, what makes you think that there is any sort of video of that exchange between you and the defendant?
There's cameras in the booking area, just as there's cameras posted throughout this building.
All right. And to your knowledge, there could be, but you're not, are you aware of there being any video of that interchange?
No, sir.
So you're simply saying there could be some video?
Yeah, I'm just stating that there's cameras in the corner of the booking area, just as there's cameras in the corner of this.
And do
this
they
room.
maintain records of those?
I'm unsure. That's out of the
Who's
scope
in
of my
charge of
duty.
that?
I guess it would be the security officer.
Okay. We're going to adjourn for the day, and we'll have the sheriff's department examine whether or not there is such video. And if that is the case, then we'll have that for us tomorrow morning, first thing. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
The court will order that state consult with the sheriff's department and determine if there is a video of the, do you remember the date? That would have been in September, right after the case and the trial was continued the last time.
I think it was September 21st.
All right, so we have a date.
I'm showing September 22nd on this
Check
statement.
those 2 dates, find out if there's an exchange between Officer Brown and Deputy Brown and the defendant in this case, and we'll determine whether or not there was or was not a video of that exchange. And if there is, we'll produce it. We'll see how it whether or not it does or does not verify anything. If there is no video, then we'll proceed anyway.
Judge, I would ask that Deputy Epps was the other corrections officer that made a statement. I
Anyone
asked.
who's under a subpoena remains under subpoena.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.